in the country. Sani noted that over the past 2 weeks, the 50 participants underwent a comprehensive basic training program with a curriculum designed to instill discipline and to sharpen practical skills to uphold professionalism. Sani said during the 2 weeks training, the modules covered VIP protection, escort and convoy movement, combat parades and formation, firearms handling and shooting range, martial arts and self-defense, first aid and basic firefighting skills. Nigeria First policy: replace your Escalade with Innocent, Atiku tells Tinubu. The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has challenged President Bola Tinubu to embrace his administration's Nigeria First policy by trading his Escalade for Innocent, Nord, or any made-in-Nigeria vehicle. In a statement issued on Wednesday by his special assistant on public communication, Frank Schweible, the former vice president said the gesture would boost local industry more effectively than countless policy documents. Atiku stated that the practice of traveling abroad for medical treatment while advocating for self-reliance should come to an end, urging the president as the advocate of the Nigeria First policy to set an example by undergoing all his future medical checkups at healthcare facilities within Nigeria. The statement reads in part here, Nigerians have grown weary of hollow speeches. If this government is truly serious about local content and economic patriotism, it must start at the very top. We challenge President Tinubu to stop the noise and trade in his beloved Escalade for an Innocent, Nord, or any made-in-Nigeria car. That single act will do more to promote the local industry than 1,000 policy members. Let's see the ministers, those shameless Rolls-Royce, sweat it out in Nigeria-made vehicles too. Or is Nigeria First only for the masses? Atiku further stated that Nigeria needs genuine dedication, not this ongoing pretense. And then it goes on and on. Nigeria completes $3.4 billion IMF loan principal repayment. Nigeria has completed the repayment of the principal amount of its $3.4 billion loan from the International Monetary Fund, with the final payment made on April 30, 2025, the Punch reports. The loan disbursed in full on April 30, 2020, was part of IMF's emergency COVID-19 rapid financing instrument aimed at helping Nigeria cope with the economic disruptions caused by the pandemic, including falling oil prices, a recession, and fiscal pressures. Although the principal repayment has been fully settled, the Punch found upon further checks of the IMF website that several charges associated with the loan remain due. These charges, which consist mainly of interest, will continue to be repaid annually for the next few years. In 2025, Nigeria's scheduled charge for the loan is SDR, about $8.84 million, due in May. Additional charges in August and November bring the total charge in 2025 to about $30.24 million. Further checks by Punch indeed show that the charges include net SDR charges, GRA basic charges, and SDR assessment. The term net SDR charges refers to the interest and associated fees levied by the IMF on its member countries that have borrowed resources from it, denominated in special drawing rights. GRA basic charges refer to the standard interest and associated fees applied by the IMF on loans issued by its general resources account. The SDR assessment are annual fees levied by the IMF on its member countries participating in the SDR department. These charges reflect the ongoing interest payments that Nigeria will need to make on the loan over the next 5 years. So yeah, those are the stories for review today. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomquem. Now here you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, we'll go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go their blood in the japa. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take them. I can see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go punket for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information. Bunkering is a legal act of smuggling crude oil from pipelines and storage facilities, which poses significant dangers to Nigerian society. This activity has different consequences that affect various aspects of the nation's well-being, and it has consequences such as untimely death, environmental devastation. It fuels insecurity. It also damages our infrastructure, and it also damages our international prestige. You might say, how do we make a living if we stop this illegal activity? Well, as a young individual, you can channel your energy into positive endeavors that can help you generate income and create an adequate future for yourself. These are some ideas to help you generate income. You can go into starting a business. You can also acquire digital skills or gain agricultural knowledge or engage in farming. You can also acquire art and creativity. You talk about technology and innovation. Then, skills and vocational training. Please note that success often requires dedication, consistency, and continuous learning. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
We're not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves on the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
See, I tell you, that man a ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time a black, blue. That man a ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so then they behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time you go they change car. But I don't they observe and see.
I don't they there.
Now for you.
But me I know say. You know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get it anybody if you tell me 9 drum.
What is it with all the hate in the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Everyone, thank you for staying with us. Let's get on the issues for today. The TV is looking very bright and nice, which is a good thing. Let me welcome our in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. He joins us this morning. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
And the one who always arrives early, not come early. Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., Public Affairs Analyst, Chairman, NDNAF, River State Chapter, and a voice from Ngene Kingdom. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Kelly. Always a pleasant moment being here. And a good one, too, to my very good Oga, Emmanuel Ndugwe, and to everybody out there.
Are you done?
Maybe I should include you.
No, it doesn't matter. You like, don't even acknowledge me. Doesn't matter.
Kelly, you know I acknowledge you when the main time as
No, I don't have an issue. I just asked if you're done, that's all.
Sure. I know that we have enough time.
No, it depends on the heat people will bring today, but let's begin with...
You indirectly, you've just placed it before us now that we should bring.
No, they bring Wala sometimes now.
Anyway, let me see my colleagues first.
I always come in peace.
Those who will be on my right hand side and my left hand side will determine what will happen. After all, the television is bright.
And then my no, they've removed that one. Then the commercial schedule, the commercial back on.
Back on.
They don't confuse me. Let's continue. There was this story from last week that the House of Reps committee invited the governors of Benue and Zamfara to come and explain why governance should not be taken away from them. They didn't only invite the governors, they invited the House of Assembly members of those states, principal officers, to come and explain to them why. And when I saw that story, I'm like, is this real? Really, in the sense that the National Assembly will now mandate governors to come and explain to them situations in their states. What part of the Constitution allows the National Assembly to assume such authority? Well, some of those states responded. Benue and Zamfara assemblies reject Reps' summon. They say it was usurpation of the powers of the State House of Assembly. In fact, if anybody is to check the activities of the governor, it's supposed to be the House of Assembly members. That's the concept of separation of powers. Their independence and authorities clearly spelled out in the Constitution. So, what in your view informed what the House of Reps did by inviting Governor Alia and Lawal of Benue and Zamfara State respectively and their assemblies to come and explain themselves? You have security issues in the state. Come and explain why authority should not be taken away from them as the elected representatives of the people and given to someone else, perhaps the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, to decide what happens in their state. Comrade Izu.
Well, I know nobody has really come out to explain to us what has really gone on, but I know that there was a period a lot of persons made reference, and definitely, like you said, I can't for now remember any part of the Constitution that may have actually given them that power to summon a governor and then all members of the House of Assemblies to. It's almost like I don't know if I should say it's almost awakening their consciousness towards what could befall them if there is a perceived crisis that may have led or may lead to breakdown of law and order, and then you want to weigh in. First of all, you should know what to do in the intention to stem such situation in the state. But summoning the governor and elected members, I know, in as much as we all agree that situations over there are a bit worrisome, but I believe that the first persons, if I should say, as I am going on talking now, I can remember the security agencies. And I know that the president, upon arrival, met with relevant security agencies to discuss a way forward towards the crisis in mostly Benue and Zamfara, and one other state again, play too. But frankly speaking, summoning, I don't know, did they appear?
No, they said they won't appear.
Because I am very much certain. I am very much certain they will not. They will not. And I think that's asking for too much from the National Assembly. For me, that's asking for too much. I think there are steps to be taken if they feel like what is already going on. The president has already handled that. But for them to come in, my dear, care not taking, rather, issues around the country as regard to the rule of law and what is stipulated in the Constitution that governs us as a people, I don't know, may be getting worse over time. I know situations, they say desperate time requires desperate measures, but I don't think this is one of those measures.
The rep said the governors and assembly leaders must appear to explain why their constitutional functions should not be taken over by the House of Reps. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, there are always some actions that depicts overpricing of oneself. And I think that's what the reps are doing. They're overpricing their positions. First, they should have been able to come out. In fact, we won't be having this guesswork of saying this part of the Constitution mandates them to take over. Yes, we know where they are mandated to take over, but not exactly that of summoning the governor and the assemblymen to come to him. In other words, I hope President Tinubu has heard that, because very soon also they may summon him and his men, maybe certain part of his men that are very relevant to them. They are now dictating what happens. Because, Kelly, are they not, even Benue and Zamfara, including Plateau, are they not even fortunate that they are given the opportunity by the reps to come? The president did not come in and sweep or just swoop on them like that, and then the state of emergency, and suspended them. Because that's what has happened to Rivers State. See, if there is this kind of emergency and then things are just getting out of hand, yes, the House could take over the running, or in terms of the assembly, the activities of the State House of Assembly. The National House of Representatives can take over, which is, of course, what they are trying to set up, these and then monitoring and bars and all that. But I tell you, they should have told us what happens. Is Nigeria legal on the platform of illegality? It looks as if we love illegality. Because remember, the Constitution, the place quoted that gave the mandate for the president to impose emergency rule. Yes, it stated the president has such, and nobody is doubting that he can declare state of emergency on any state. Nobody is doubting that. But, he added the angle that even himself should be thinking, do I have such right? But as the president, commander-in-chief, I can do it. That's in addition. That of suspending the governor and the assemblymen. Maybe the reps, they are now becoming jealous and say, in fact, we should be the second president and then summon these people. What kind of thing is that?
Mr. Ndukwe, there are a few things that come to mind here. I feel that the action of Mr. President is what is emboldening them.
Of course, now.
To do what they are thinking of doing right now. But that's one.
Yes.
But it's not even in their powers to declare a state of emergency in any state.
It's not now.
The House of Reps cannot suspend or remove a sitting governor.
Of course, they know it.
They can't even by fiat decide to say a state of assembly cannot perform its functions.
You see,
the law doesn't even envisage that such a thing could happen. So when they are saying this thing they are saying, are they not getting the impetus from President Tinubu's action that didn't just declare a state of emergency, but removed, suspended, elected officials in all of them? So they are saying, if the president can do this, until now, it has not been, removed, suspended. The president's actions challenged to the point that president is told your action is wrong, which even the National Assembly should have done.
Yes.
They validated what the president did.
Of course.
They can take from the president's line of action and say, why can't we do the same thing? We can threaten the governor to say, if you don't come and explain to us, a governor, if you don't come and explain to us, you could lose the functions guaranteed you by the Constitution.
Kelly, if you look at families, the way the families operate, when children are keep on giving timeline, when children are under the control of their parents, you see that the first son majorly will be taking cues from what the dad is doing. And that is why where you see domestic violence exist, the man beats the wife or the wife beats the man, because sometimes it could also be vice versa. Now, the children will be taking cue from their parents, whoever is doing that, beating the younger ones. And that's exactly what has happened here. You know, I have said, does Nigeria love living in illegality? The president has done the legal part that is the constitution assigned to him, and then added the ones that are not assigned to him. And these people have looked at it and said, nobody has talked, and nothing. Even the challenge of that, the Supreme Court, we are yet to hear that now. Or have they sat? Maybe because...
Not yet.
Okay. I thought because I don't know what goes on in the country. They have sat. And I did hear. The issue is, Kelly, like I said, overpricing of oneself. That's what the assemblymen have done. They have simply invited those people, knowing that, no, it's beyond their brief, but we are going to do it. We are the House of Representatives of Nigeria. Simple.
Another thing is, before, I know Comrade Izu wants to mention something, but
yes,
let me just add this question.
Let him counter
If
us.
we're speaking of security in its true sense, because we know that soldiers are deployed in Benue State. We know that soldiers are deployed in Zamfara State. Who commands them is the president.
Of course.
So if anybody is supposed to be summoned, why are they not summoning the president of the Federal Republic, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? But they are looking and threatening a governor. They are threatening governors and their House of Assembly, who the governor could give an instruction now. The governor could sit with, in the State Security Council meeting, sit with them and pass an instruction to the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police is stepping out of his office to get a message
from the IGP
to say, whatever you are doing, stand down. And he stands down.
Of course.
So, why are you not summoning the president? You rather choose to summon the governor. What's the wisdom in that? Or it's easier for them to summon the governors than to call the president?
You see, when a man sees maybe animals charging at him, very many of them, you will, if you are given the liberty to make a choice, you go to the side of the one you will easily overwhelm. That is what they have done. Because when you see lion is coming, tiger is coming, and buffalo and all sorts, you go to this one. There's an antelope. Let me go to this side. They've known that the president, they cannot, if they give such a summon, that there will be a problem for them. And so they are saying, you see, these ones, let's come to the states. Governors won't do us anything. But these people have replied and said they are not going.
Isn't that a cowardly action?
It is now. It is. They know all these things. But what I'm asking, why is it that we'll have lawmakers who automatically will become lawbreakers? Instead of making laws, you are breaking the law.
Kelly, as we started, we lended our voice against that very act. Like I said, the actions may intend to be at the end usurping the powers of the elected persons in Benue State, Plateau State, and as well as Zamfara State. And we have agreed that such laws ordinarily is vested in the office of the executive, talking about the presidency. But for the legislature to jump in, I think it may intend usurping authorities from the state assembly and that of the executive, the governor's office.
Is it possible to also land from the executive?
It cannot be. It cannot be, because why I say it cannot be, like Oga Emma have just said, if they cannot summon, I don't think in this case it will be the president, but I think that they can summon the security agencies that are saddled.
They can even summon the security agencies.
That's what I'm saying. I said that earlier on. This first
if they want to summon executives, Why not summon the commander-in-chief?
That's what I'm saying. But if they want to start from somewhere first, that because even the president may not have, he may have summoned the security agents upon arrival from his working leave towards being briefed and solutions profiled towards stopping the incident killings in these states. But if they want to do something from the grassroots, the president may have done that. They may not have the first-hand information on what the situation in the state. Talking about Benue, you know how sometimes you may see something. We know how this country works. The persons who may have, some time ago we heard the National Security Advisor, Neil Ribadu, talking in details, in general also, Tinubu gains, giving us instances where they have, and all the rest. And I was listening to the Minister for Information talking about how over 13,000 plus Boko Haram and other of these remnants, yes, and all the rest. And even till this morning, I heard some claiming within the influx of within them, ex-military officers and as well civilians who may have made things so difficult for them winning the war. Absolutely. But if the National Assembly has thought wise, the president, if he's not briefed by these same security hierarchies, he may also not have the first-hand information of what is currently happening there. Instead of, I think inviting them, those who are at the forefront, inviting them and asking them, what is the problem in Benue? What is the problem? If he has even invited appointees of the governor who has roles playing by interfacing with security agencies to get the first-hand information, what is happening there before, I believe that would have even helped them. But even at that, for me, I believe if you are sending a delegation from the National Assembly to the executive in Benue, Zamfara and Plateau, it would have been lawful. The committee have different committees of the National Assembly. If just like what is happening, just like in the early stage of the Rivers crisis, I remember vividly, Ojizo Kalu's committee in the Senate visited the state, and at the end of the visit, we saw it. He made mention of meeting with the governor, talking about seeing then in closed door meeting towards providing solution in the state. That would have still been normal, but on the contrary, inviting them to, like we said, it's not the normal thing to be done. And I believe that if the president also maybe by the end of the week, probably maybe we'll hear something from the presidency. Actually, yeah. It's not out of place.
No, they can just stay away. They'll say it's a legislative matter. So you would sort out yourself. It's not an executive issue.
We have seen situations like this in the previous administration where the Minister of Information comes and say something and then the presidential spokesperson corrects. It will not be out of place. It will not be out of place if the spokesperson to the National Assembly will not come out. Maybe there are times we've heard a government come out to say something, and when the public actually frowns at it and make points from the constitution where there are infractions and all the rest, they will not come out to say the public have actually misconstrued the position of the National Assembly towards what they said earlier on. So I will not be surprised.
National Assembly, they have spokespersons, so
that's what I'm saying. I will not be surprised if the spokesperson from the National Assembly comes out to rectify this.
So far, it's been a week now. They haven't said anything.
It's never late for them.
The states, Benue in particular, they're in court already, challenging the authority of the House of Reps to issue such an order.
Governor. I don't think there is
not one governor, not one governor, two governors.
But I don't think there's a need going to the court.
Benue State, no. Sometimes
going to the court. I think when they have threatened acting on something,
the court is the interpreter.
Okay, they went to seek interpretation.
Please tell us where in our laws, the National Assembly, the House of Reps, a committee in the House of Reps can summon a governor, and the principal officers in that state house of assembly to appear before it. This is so strange. This is so strange. But a president just sat in his office and said, all elected officials in Rivers State suspended.
That one is explainable.
What is stranger than that one?
He said it's explainable.
It's explainable. Like we have, yes.
Maybe in the constitution.
Like you said.
We have to go for a commercial break.
In your word
we have to go for a commercial break. Let me introduce Desmond Better, Professor of Philosophy, University of Port Harcourt. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
So we'll go for that break, and then when we come back, we'll look at some of the issues. Please stay with us.
Wetin dey happen na for Today95.1 FM 5 p.m. Monday to Friday Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now wey we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, you dey japa. You say this one, no worry. When time reach, I will say I want to take. Let's see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gates for them. I me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Good morning, everyone. One more time. Thank you for staying with us. We have Precious Oaji from Premium Privacy joining us this morning. Hi, Precious. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Port Harcourt people.
Tell us what Premium Privacy is about.
Premium Privacy is a preparatory school. We do programs that give students direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of their choice without writing JAMB. So you're listening to me now because the other day somebody called me and she said she missed her JAMB.
She missed it.
Exactly. So you're listening to me. Maybe you missed your JAMB or you didn't pass your JAMB. I heard some results are out, or you didn't pass your JAMB. Whatever your
case is.
And the
less than 200 failure rate is massive.
Exactly. So I don't know. Maybe you're hoping next year you want to try JAMB again. We do programs that give you direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of your choice without writing JAMB.
What are some of the programs that you do?
So we do programs like IJMB, that is Interim Joint Matriculation Board. It's moderated by Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. We do JUPEP, Joint University Preliminary Examination Board. Now this program is moderated by University of Lagos. Now these programs run for one academic year, call it 9 to 10 months, and then they give you a direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of your choice. You don't need JAMB, you don't need post-UTME.
Okay, your address and contact info.
So our office is at number 14 Railway Close behind 9th Hill, D-Line Garrison. Number 14 Railway Close behind 9th Hill, D-Line Garrison. The number to call 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444.
All right. Do you have registration ongoing, and also do you have accommodation arrangements?
Okay, so for people listening to us outside Port Harcourt or outside River State, and you're interested in this program and you're thinking D-Line is far for you, we'll provide hostel accommodation for you.
Okay.
So, and our hostel is within the school premises, so it's not something that you're paying transport or something, is within, and it's conducive for living and for learning.
Okay.
Now, registration is on, like I said, for people that want to enroll in these programs. For those persons that missed their JAM but didn't pass their JAM, you didn't miss out on anything, because if you enroll for this program now, come next year, you're going to meet your mates in 200 level. Yeah, when your mates are going to 200 level, you're also going to 200 level with them, so you didn't miss out on anything. So I encourage people who are listening to me, maybe you wrote JAM last year and for some reasons, or you want to even go back to school, because it's not only people that write JAM, do you understand? Maybe you want to go back to school, the first course you did, you want to change, you want to do another course, or you've left school for a while and you do not want to attempt JAM but you want to go to school. Here is a better alternative. Remember, the program is giving a direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of your choice without writing JAM and without writing post-UTME, because post-UTME is a problem to some people.
Oh, you don't also have to write post-UTME?
You're not writing post-UTME.
No JAM,
no post-UTME. Exactly.
It's direct admission.
Yes, it's a direct entry admission.
And it's 200 level.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. How authentic is this program?
Okay, so I know for people listening, they'll be wondering, we know that JAM is the only body that gives admission in Nigeria, and here are you telling me I don't need JAM to go to the university. Now, first, I would like the audience to know that federal government introduced these programs to help cushion the effect of university admission, just like what we're talking about now, the rate of failure, because there are people that go through JAM and they're unable to make it. So these programs are introduced. If you try this route, it doesn't work, maybe you should try this one. And this program is endorsed by JAM, because in Nigeria we have two types of JAM. Now we have the JAM UTME, which is the one that they just concluded. That gives you 100 level admission. And then we have JAM Direct Entry. JAM Direct Entry is where these programs we are doing, they fall on that. Because JAM Direct Entry is designed to give you straight 200 level university admission. Under JAM Direct Entry is where you have the programs like IGMB, JUPEP, Diploma, Cambridge. All these programs are programs that when you're done with them, they give you a direct 200 level. The difference between this and a diploma is that a diploma is for about 2 years, and why this is just for 1 academic year. Now, at the end of
like number of months.
9 to 10 months.
9 to 10 months.
Yeah. So at the end of the program, now the certificate you get at the end of this program is what you're going to be using to gain your direct 200 level admission. Now note that for the purpose of the program, you're going to be doing 3 subjects. You're also going to be writing your exams in the school, because they have your first and second semester exams that you're going to write. You also have a final exam that is set by the exam body of the program, which is JUPEP or IGMB. Now the result you get at the end of this program is what you're using to apply for your direct 200 level admission.
So they train with you.
Yeah.
They take that professional exam.
Exactly.
So you're giving them the platform to prepare for that training.
Exactly.
So they do well through your preparations. You go for that final exams. They pass.
Exactly.
Direct admission.
Exactly. Exactly. And then NUC also accredit this program. That's why you can take it to any university and study any course of your choice without writing JAM.
Are there requirements?
Okay, for you to be able to do the program, of course, we know that you need your NIN. One of the major problems we had in the past academic session is discrepancy in name. You see students who have different names in their birth certificate, having a different name in their O level, having a different name in their NIN. You have to make sure that your names are aligned, and you have to also make sure that you have your O level of minimum 5 credits, including maths and English.
But this gives you direct admission into any course.
Any course. You can actually use these programs to study abroad, for those of them that want to study abroad.
How guaranteed is the admission of students?
So you agree with me that one of the reasons why students stay longer at home is not just because they don't pass JAM, but you have some students who are specific on their choice of university. Oh, my mom went to UST, so I have to go to UST. Do you understand? So these are choices that students make. And sometimes when the admission is coming, because I've had a couple of students that have come and say, this is the particular school I want to, if it's not this school and all that. So you see them, they tend to stay longer at home. So Premium University, haven't seen the need and the demand of students, we decided to partner with fleets of universities. Now we're trying to make admission easier for students. So you that is listening to me now, your choice university might be one of the schools we are in partnership with. So we're trying to make sure that we're not just preparing you for the exams and you writing the exams, we're holding you by your hand till you get your direct 200 level university admission to study in the university you want and the course you want. So admission is guaranteed.
So let's go over your details again, address and physical contact.
So our offices are number 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D Line, Garrison. Number 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D Line, Garrison. The number to call is 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444. 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D Line, Garrison. Right now registration is on. I would not want anybody to come when the registration is late. Right now registration is on, so I encourage people to come now and register. Maybe you did not pass this jam, or you missed this jam, or you did not pass post-system, or you still had faith that you gain admission and it didn't work out. It's not the end of the road for you. You can come and enroll for these programs and you're getting a direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of your choice without writing the jam and post-system.
It sounds like it's intense learning session.
Intense,
yeah.
Extremely intense.
Extremely intense.
Because that a program that is giving you a direct 200 level admission is not a child's play. It's not something you think will be easier than your JAMB, because you have to be, like I said, you're running a program for 9 to 10 months. So a program that you're going to be learning for this long, you should know. But the good thing is that the external exam is set based on the scheme. We have a scheme that we use as a guide to groom the students. And the beauty of doing this program in Premium University is that we try to cover our scheme twice before the exam.
Twice?
Yeah, twice, because we have to prepare them. We don't want. And for the past 8 years, we've been making good results. And that is because of how well we teach. We do practical, seminar, night classes if we have to, because we don't want any loopholes.
Phone numbers again, please.
So our office are number 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D Line, Garrison. The number to call is 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444. Or you call 0703 263 4708. 0703 263 4708.
Any final word before we go?
So I'm just going to encourage people who are looking or who are seeking university admission. This is a better alternative for you, so you come and enroll for this program. We provide accommodation. If you're coming from outside Port Harcourt or outside River State, we have accommodation for you. Accommodation is very conducive for you to live. We also have a good classroom for you to also learn. We do intensive learning. Registration is on. You come and register now. The number to call 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444, or you call 0703 263 4708.
Precious Oaji from Premium University. Thank you, madam.
Thank you for having me.
The news update is around the corner. Stay with us.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Gbetoko, has set up a special unit of the police for the protection of the elites. The unit is called Special Protection Unit. According to Niger State head of the new unit, Hassan Sani, it's designed to meet the increasing demand for elite protection in the country. Social media activist Martins Osei, popularly known as Very Darkman, has been released from the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. His release was announced by former presidential candidate and activist Omeyele Sowore on his ex-handle. The FCC had said that the arrest followed a series of petitions against the activist, claiming that several invitations were communicated to him, but he failed to honor them. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Rivers State has dismissed claims that a suspended governor, Siminalayi Fubara, visited the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, in Abuja to plead. Speaking in an interview with Today FM, Sandra Kenneth, the acting chairman of the PDP in the state, Robinson Ewo, disclosed that Fubara, who returned to the state barely 3 days ago, had in fact traveled out of the country. Ewo noted that while negotiations will be necessary to restore democratic governance in the state, no such discussions have been initiated. The PDP chairman also debunked rumors of Fubara's defection to the All Progressives Congress, APC, stating that the suspended governor has no intention of leaving the party and has not been presented with any such condition. Ewo further disclosed that the party is planning to initiate disciplinary measures against erring members and to strengthen internal mechanisms for resolving disputes. On the foreign scene, Sri Lanka has been granted $1 billion loan to boost its agriculture, tourism and energy sectors. This was revealed by the World Bank as the country emerges from an unprecedented economic crisis. Sri Lanka's economy collapsed in 2022 when it ran out of foreign exchange to finance even the most essential imports such as food, fuel and medicines. The World Bank said in a statement that the loan aims to strengthen local industries and attract private capital for growth after its president Ajay Banga met with Sri Lankan president in Colombo. It added that the loan will be spread over 3 years. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Mr. Sebastian James. He's head of marketing, Surplus Homes and Investment Limited. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Tell us about Surplus Homes and Investment Limited.
Yes, Surplus Homes is a reputable real estate company in the city of Port Harcourt. And when you invest with Surplus Homes, you can go home and sleep with your both eyes closed.
Okay.
Because when you buy to any of our properties, we ensure that you get your free documentation, all right, done for you. And again, I always tell people that when you buy from Surplus Home, you buy joy. You buy happiness and you buy peace of mind. Real estate is not something you should just, after working hard for your money, at the end of the day, you get to lose that money. No. That's why you need a company you can trust, a company that you can buy your property and then you can go home and sleep with peace of mind. That's what Surplus can do for you. At Surplus Home, we don't just sell properties to you, we give you expert advice. You don't just come to us and say you want to buy land. First, we get to counsel you, find out what kind of property do you want, what kind of goal do you want to achieve. You don't just buy into property because people are buying. You should have a goal you want to achieve. Are you buying for land banking? Are you buying, you want to tell you can buy and build? And what is your budget? We look at that and we counsel you and say, okay, go for this, go for that, so that you can actually achieve what you really want to achieve. with what you have in your hands.
All right, so let's talk about your estates.
Yes, at Surplus Homes and Investment Limited, first I want to talk about our ultimate estate, City Estate, because this happened to be our brainchild. And you see, Ultimate City Estate, as we speak to you right now, is selling at the promo price of 4.5 million. You know, when I came here, I was talking about that estate. It was selling at a pre-sale of 2.5 million. Now it's selling for 4.5 million. So imagine if you had bought that property, when I came here to talk about it, you would have made about 2 million, profits on it.
It has appreciated by 2 million.
By 2 million, yeah. And we can't tell what this property will sell at before the end of the year. So you still have a chance to come in now and buy. And we have the following landmarks, such as the Cactus filling station, the Cactus Aluminium, and of course the Sterling Oil and Gas. It's a place that is already developed for people to live in. You can actually start your building project if you want to. A place you can start building. This is about 15 minutes drive to the international airport. All right, it's at Omagua. All right, so it's open for investors who want to buy and start building. And then we also have another estate that is called the New City Estate, Alo. Right here in Port Harcourt. Alo, you have the landmarks such as the University of Port Harcourt is the landmark. We also have the Market Square, which is at Choba, and of course the everyday supermarket at Choba. These are the landmark to this estate. We have phase one. Phase one is selling at 6.5 million, which is Omoda in Alo, or the place called Omoda in Alu. That place we have constant electricity is selling for 6.5 million, and while the phase two is selling for 3.5 million naira. So we also have the Jackson City Estate. This one is located at Eneka, right here in City of Port Harcourt. We have the following landmarks such as the Emerald College, the Army Range, the Port Harcourt Ring Road, which of course is one of the biggest projects in River State today. So it's a developed place where you can also build, start your building project as soon as possible. This place is selling for 6 million. In fact, it's a promo. It's a place that you can't have it at 6 million, but we are on promo now. You can have it at 6 million naira, and we can also allow you to start your investment with 1 million, and you can actually spread your payment across. Then we also have the Spring Farm Estate. Spring Farm Estate is located at Isiogbu. That estate is selling for 1.5 million, but you can have it now at a pre-sale price of 950,000. This is for those who just want a place they can use for land banking. Maybe you want to start some farming project there while your property is appreciating. All right, then you can go for Spring Farm, estate and acquire. All right. So these are our estates. And again, like I always say, if your budget is not up to this, we can actually see how we can help you to start your investment with 500,000, 1 million, and then you spread it across. All right.
So let's talk about your buyback plan.
Yes, you see, buyback plan is an investment system that we design for our investors. There are some investors that say, okay, I don't want to buy a land now because I don't know how long I'm going to wait for that land to appreciate. And maybe they want to make some money on their investment. So what you do is this: when you come to Surplus Homes and you say you want to buy into our buyback plan, we allow you to buy into some of our investment within the real estate space, where you get to earn 30% annual returns on your investment, and this will automatically save you from inflation. Of course, you know that if you leave your money right there in the bank and you don't make use of it, it's going to be affected by inflation. Of course, you know that inflation is a stubborn increase on the prices of goods and services due to the deflation of currency, and this can affect your money. Why not bring that 1 million, that 100 million, and invest with us, and then earn 30% return annual investment? We have some important documents that back up your investment, such as the deed of buyback. We have what we call acknowledgement letter that tells you about what you have invested with the company, the date of investment, the amount you've invested, and what you are entitled to at the end of the year. We give you receipt of payment, and we also give you post-dated check. This check carries exact date that your investment will mature, so that you don't need to call and say, my investment have matured, I need to catch up my interest. No, you just walk to the bank and then have your money paid to you. So this is what buyback is all about. You can start with 1 million to 100 million depending on your capacity.
Okay, so how about your payment plans?
Yes, we have a very simplified payment plan. And before I talk about that, for those who are still listening to me, I would like them to know that some of our properties are available for them to view. All right, so we usually advise that you text your name and your WhatsApp number. Why we need your WhatsApp number? So that we can actually send videos and pictures of these locations to you. So text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081 508. That is 081 508. We also have two classes of inspection. Two classes of inspection, right? We have the in-house inspection. We have the field inspection. The in-house inspection, you can walk into our office and say, okay, I want to look at all your estates. So we actually show you. You go through them. When you're satisfied with what you want, we take you to the field for physical inspection that happen every Thursday and Saturday of the week. So all you need to do is to text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081 637 508. Again, 081 637 508. You can also pay us a visit at number 41 Great Grace Complex, number 41 NTA Road, Ozoba, where we have the new Ozoba flyover. So talking about the payment plan, we make it easy, all right, depending on your portfolio. If you want to start spreading your payment between maybe 200,000, 500,000 to 1 million, depending on your capacity and based on the kinds of property you want to buy, we simplify the payment system for you so that you can be able to secure your land. Because it's very important.
So the Port Harcourt Realtors Academy.
Yes, the Port Harcourt Realtors School, of course, we designed to help individuals who want to go into real estate, such as realtors. People want to go into real estate and know how they can also earn money. Because as a real estate consultant, you can go into real estate with zero capital and begin to earn money, earn commission from real estate industry. So a lot of people don't know how to go about it. The essence of this academy is to teach people, guide them, give them the basic of real estate, teach them about different marketing system they can implement, such as Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and WhatsApp automation, and all these systems that can help them to grow their real estate business. So if you want to be part of that academy, all you need to do is to text us your name, indicate your interest to 081 637 508. The number again is 081 637 508.
Okay. Your inspection days?
Yes, every Thursday and Saturday. That's for field inspection. But in-house inspection happen all day. So if you are free, just walk into our office and tell us that you want to look at our estate. We're going to put up a screen to go through them, and then you decide the one you want, then we take it to the field before you do your payment. And of course, the documentation, within a week to 2 weeks, your documentation is ready for pickup. And then if you want allocation, then you also get your properties allocated to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Final word of phone numbers, address, then final word.
Yes, the phone numbers to text your name and your WhatsApp number to is 081 637 508. Again, 081 637 508. You can locate us at Great Grace Complex, number 41 NTA Road, Osoba, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And I would like to tell you this. The Bible says a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children. What is that all about? It's about landed properties. Don't wait until land becomes too expensive for you to afford. Take advantage of our ongoing promo and make sure you secure a plot for yourself.
I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Sebastian James.
Thank you so much for having me.
He's the head of marketing, Sabah Plus Homes and Investment Limited.
My pleasure,
for making
sir.
the time to be here and to share this valuable information. Thank
My
you.
pleasure, sir. Always. Thank you.
All right.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Thank you all for staying with us. Today's Quest, the newspaper review segment. 60 minutes now past the hour of 9. So let's read some of your messages. As panelists return, would continue our conversation. Hi, Kelly. The criminal activities on the waterways in River State is not just alarming, but has taken a very threatening dimension. Where are the gunboats procured by Governor Fubara? Where are the military battalions? I had expected the Solad to use his military background to dismantle these gangs, not only to dismantle political and statutory structures here. Awa sent this message. Thank you so much, Awa, for reaching out. This message from Chinoye. You started the news about Niger State's governor and did not end it. So what news? If you can hear me, Chinoye, what news are you referring to? If you're referring to the special protection unit, I completed that story. I completed the story. So unless you're referring to another one. All right. Thank you for your message. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I pray for Peter Obi for being consistent in speaking the truth, even though others are pretending to be sleeping. But when the revolution will come, nobody will be spared. Mr. Dennis sent that message. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Kelly. Please, on security matters, President Tinubu should try and change the National Security Advisor to a retired military personnel, so there can be coordination between the Chief of Defense Staff and other commanders on the ground, so they can fight this insurgency and win. Your personal opinion. Okay. What's that name again? Mungunu. Is it not of a military background? Mungunu. How about the one before Mungunu? Anyway, that's your solution. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Senate summoning governors and assembly members appointed to state of emergency. Mr. Dennis, I read a message from you earlier. Okay, you just sent this. Benue is facing same political problem like River State. The governor is suffering from the hands of so-called SGF of Nigeria, according to you. The man doesn't want the governor to work. Kestaf from Benue, living in Port Harcourt. That's according to you. Good morning, Kelly, and all our esteemed guests. Our debunking suspended governor visited FCT landlord. They have left him behind. God's time from Port Harcourt. He sent that message. Thank you, God's time, for your contribution. Let's look at some of the contributions via the WhatsApp platform. Just a few of them. Let's make do with the time that we have. All right, this one is a long message. In my opinion, Mr. Peter Obi is absolutely correct. The labors of our heroes past are obviously in vain because the current crop of Nigerian politicians are so greedy and wicked that they don't see beyond themselves. Nigerian masses should please wake up because their problems are caused by the current Nigerian politicians who are extremely not good. Brighter from Woji sent that. Greetings to Mr. Kelly and the panelists. Military better armed than armed terrorists. There is no doubt about it, but why is it that those arms are not being used to tackle terrorists? E.g., jet, drones, etc. to fight the terrorists. Terrorists sacking and killing innocent Nigerians in their communities on a daily basis. I think it's high time the FG appointed new service chiefs with fresh ideas on how to tackle insecurity, which is on the increase on a daily basis. Wanate Clinton West sent the message. IGSPU for elites. There are special protection units in Nigeria Police already. SPU, they wear blue beret. They have base 6 in Port Harcourt, Minokoro Barracks. They are the units that are protecting the elites already. So which other one is the IG talking about? Okay, good question. In my opinion, anyone who thinks there is democracy in Nigeria is daydreaming because when did the National Assembly have the power to summon state governor and his administration? Nigerians are just allowing President Tinubu to play with their God-given rights and freedom. Zuz Rukboko sent this message. The action of the House of Reps summoning both the governor and states assembly of Benue and Zamfara in line with the presidency agenda of one-party system. Let's not forget that the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State is still being condemned, so the House of Reps are testing the waters for President Tinubu. Shame to our lawmakers. Kelly from Port Harcourt sent this message. Good morning, Kelly and others. If I told you that we're a lawless country, you guys will not believe me. But you can see where president will wake up in the morning and suspend an elected governor with elected state assembly members and nothing happened. Now National Assembly invites an elected governor and his state House of Assembly members for questioning. And one may ask, what right or powers do they have in our constitution to do that? And they will tell me to believe we have law and constitution that is active. That is a big lie. Eric, you send this message. Thank you. A few more. I'm not demarketing Nigeria. Obi replies, Sonwo-Olu, absolutely true. In what way or manner has Obi demarketed Nigeria than what his godfather is doing? Are things Obi said false? If Nigeria was walking on a path of credibility and equity, Sonwo-Olu would never hold public office. Michael Sunday, that is your opinion. Alexi from Port Harcourt, I thought they said the sole administrator is a retired naval officer. How come they are still kidnapping people in our waterways? All right, that's Lexi's view. Some of your contributions via this channel that I can take at this time. Okay, so we'll move on from that and we'll go to other stories this morning. I already introduced Professor Desmond Mbete, the Professor of Philosophy, University of Port Harcourt. Mass failure in JAM shows anti-cheating measures are working, Alausa. So this was a big story, I think 3 days ago, when JAM announced that over 1.5 million candidates scored less than 200 for the 2025 UTME exam. Scary, actually. But the Minister of Education speaking said it actually reflects our reality today. That the fact is, JAM with technology, they've been able to deal with exam malpractice. And what we're seeing is the true nature, the reality of things, having dealt with cheating effectively. And so, moving forward, exams for NECO and WAEC will follow the computer-based pattern. You are from the academia. Let me ask you, do you think the minister has posited it right?
Partially, yeah. On the issue of the result in the UTME reflecting the reality today, I want to agree with the minister on that. As he rightly said, technology has increased the chances of candidates succeeding in being involved in exam malpractice. So that reduces their performance. So that would also naturally reflect on the result. But that's not all that is responsible for the mass failure. I would also want to believe that the state of the economy is contributing to the mass failure in exams. How? When you see people who go to school or who went to school, some of them graduated with good grades and they come back and there is no job for them. It discourages people from getting prepared to develop themselves along that line. And so, but they still are aware that there is some kind of status that is attached to people who have certifications. I wouldn't want to say who are educated, but who are certificated. And so because of that, they want to grab that status of being educated. So they want to have the degree. They know that without the degree, they can get involved in some activities, whether it is illicit or not, and still make money. So a good number of them are not going to school to make money. They are going to school to enhance their status in society and to be classed as being among a certain group of people. But having said so, I don't think that the idea of getting NECO and JAM to be computer-based, the way JAM is done, is the best idea.
NECO and WAEC.
Sorry, NECO and WAEC, the way the UTM is done, is the best idea. My reason for saying that is that unless they are going to develop the ICT to the point where they are going to take do essay exams in the Otherwise, CBT is not appropriate
That's for section B.
Yes, for section B, because you are expected to write essays and prove that you can communicate. You have a certain level of proficiency in communication. So, and again, one of the reasons for the failure in this country is that people just come up and adopt a policy for which we are not prepared. I would want to think that if Nigeria wants to adopt such a system, they give themselves time to say in the next 5 years, NECO and WAEC will be completely CBT. And so you get the schools, get the candidates, the students to prepare for how to write, do essays.
But this will now mean that you have to somewhat develop these labs.
That's what I'm saying.
In all the schools.
Yes. So it will need time. It's not something you can say from this year.
And it's not just the labs. The labs have to be internet enabled.
Exactly. It involves a whole lot of things. So we're not yet there. We're not yet there.
Comrade Izu, Education Minister saying the results that we are all screaming of is the true results that we should be having, because with technology, JAM has been able to deal with exam malpractice effectively.
I agree. I think the last outcome of the last outcome of JAM also had the same public outcry that
the one before this one.
The one before this one. We also from time when they started adopting this new technology,
CBT, we
understand that there has been a wide dispersion between what we used to get. Talking about what's her name, Misuma, the outcome of this thing to now. If not for
2 years ago.
2 years ago, that's what I'm saying. If you put these things together, you will understand now that if it were to be the regular time, you would have understood that that kind of cutoff point will be arguable by people now. But today now, the reverse is the case. Why is it like this? The same thing also the way our election used to go. Before now, that's why we are also advocating that the National Assembly should try and see how they amend the relevant sections too, because this the steps JAM has taken, they went through every process. So not at the end of the day, the process at which they deploy technology in writing it to be different from how they bring out the result. Just like the case in our elections. I don't know if you get me. If we could achieve this in JAM, it's achievable also in our electionary system. There is no way you can cheat. It is what you give. Just like HSC will say, it is what you give to the environment that the environment gives back to you. That's what JAM has brought now, is what you put into the computer that forms your result, and that's what we give to you. That's why you can see now that out of this certain number, a fraction, not a fraction, rather, a major number in one, I think about
1.5 million score less than
the cutoff point. It's not a surprise to me, but if there to be before, maybe that number would have been those who scaled through.
So, how about saying that all tests for WAEC and NECO
should also go to the same thing? Yes.
Do we have the infrastructure?
That we have what it takes to. The truth about it is, we understand now. We can have this gain in JAM. JAM, right from time, is not seen just like WAEC and NECO. I understand. So they might have this easily, but I know that the authorities and those who are involved in WAEC and Co will also frustrate it. Otherwise, it would have been easier to implement. But I know they will meet stiff opposition. I know that for sure, because when I see, I've not seen, I stand to be corrected, I have not seen JAM face, I'm just being careful with my words now. I know that even till the WAEC own is not in the public it's not in the public for, but we know how principals make good fortune out of that period where they write WAEC and when they write NECO. Same thing is not too much applicable to NECO. That's why they could achieve it. I know if they want to make all these things in the area of WAEC and NECO, my brother, they go jam rock. That's where you hear Nigerians say, no go there, no go there, no go there. I tell you, no go there. You can do other things. But for WAEC and NECO, I tell you, WAEC and NECO has been there. Why did they? They didn't say they want to test run with JAMB. If it works.
No, but you know their exam is a little different. You have objective and subjective.
Yeah, objective and yes.
You have those, and the essay. So in that case, there are parts where you need to literally write.
Right. Well, if you say that, I am very much certain too that what is applicable to JAMB now that is in the CBT sector can still be done, because even till WAEC and NECO, most of those things you said they should write, they've already gone through it during their levels from JS1 to SS3. They've already done through that. Now you have several tests given to these kids from SS1 to SS3. You have mock exams. You have other practice you could subject them to get their level before getting to the WAEC and to the. It's just we as a people to make things thorough.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask something? Assuming you have a school that has about 200 candidates in SSCE, whether WAEC or NECO, and they are required to do CBT. And the question is, write a letter to your father in so and so place, telling him about how you are faring in school. And you have to do that on the system. You will need a minimum of about 50 computers, assuming that they are going to spread them in sets in all the schools. So, do you think that we have such infrastructure on ground for now?
And those computers have to be internet.
I'm with you. Get my point. I'm with you. I'm not saying that
again,
should
it's
be
not
applied.
just on the day of exam that you bring that. It means that from their
we have to familiarize them with it.
Yes, to know how to type letters on the system.
My position is not against.
And the systems are configured for American English, for example. So you have to take time also to develop. They have to take time to develop it.
They can just configure the settings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you have to do all that. Teach the students how to do that. So if they type something and the system highlights it and says, the thing JAMB does is that in all the centers there has to be CCTV camera. It's a condition to monitor. So it means that in all the secondary schools there have to be CCTV camera to be sure that what they are doing
is in line.
Yes. So as they are doing the exam, they are seeing them. That's one of the things.
Kelly, you know that even in the after, just like what you had just said now, I don't know if we give little of these excuses that we know is doable, even if it means in all the centers from WAEC and Co. The government we have what it. Sometimes we limit ourselves. We have what it takes to do these things. We are saying might become an issue.
But you know, a lot of Nigerians say we have the resources. We have the capacity to be great, but we say our leaders lack the capacity to make us great.
That's where I come from. That point when I said they will not agree. That's where I came from.
They are the same persons.
They will tell you not go there.
They will be the first set of persons that will tell you, "Oh, this is what we want to do." The vocational studies that the minister talked about, has it started?
From where?
The one he talked about, that they will learn sewing, they will learn carpentry, they will introduce you to primary education.
Not that it's not doable. It's doable, but they cannot allow it.
Doable.
Yes.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, let me understand.
The Minister for Education defending the performance of JAMB in the last examination with over 1.5 scoring over less than 200. He says this is the true reality. That because JAMB has been able to use technology
to fish out,
they've now been able to check cheating to a large extent. Hence, going forward, 2026, WAEC and NECO will be CBT, computer-based tests.
Well, at least let's finish with where we are, because that's the JAMB. I do not think I will agree with him. Is it there a reason or reasons, or let me say there's an amalgam of reasons why somebody could fail an exam? First, Kelly, supporting examination malpractice, and JAMB couldn't overwhelm them. The Minister of Education should think very well before coming out to make such. Because see, at least it's been up to, is it up to 5 years or if not more than?
CBC.
Yes. And the results have always been fantastic.
It's more than that.
Good, okay, even more than. While they have been on and students have been passing very well. Now I'm asking, was JAMB very so weak that he couldn't curtail examination malpractice? For me, Kelly, let me tell you. You see, if I'm a candidate for examination, I may have read very, very well. That particular morning, if I leave my house very early, so that I will reach the center, get composed, sit down there, rest, and get composed for that examination. Reaching the time for exam, you say, no, we are shifting it in by 2 hours. It might disorganize me. Everybody doesn't have the same ability to endure the same situation.
And retention.
Good. And if such happens to a lot of students, what will you say? You are talking about examination malpractice. I'm asking. They've been going through it. It's been very, okay, let's say it's been the best way to curtail examination malpractice. But people have been passing. So, because of difficulty, we now think that if somebody scores high, is committing examination malpractice. There are those who naturally are intelligent. I can remember when I was young, Kelly, if a teacher gives me anything, when he comes back after 3 years, say that exam, I will give him and I must score 100.
Okay.
So, at that time, some teachers will always ask me, what is in this boy's head? Then I was a boy, of course. What is in this boy's head? That is like he tapes everything, as they will call it Xerox today. But if it were now, I remember when I went for one international essay, they have to come and then tell me to stand up. Because when I came in, I was given a foolscap sheet, the packet of it. Right, if you can finish this packet. I just look at the man. Carried one biro, a packet of it, and put. Okay, if you use all this biro, what we want is finish your own. Then later on, I picked 11 sheets out of the whole thing. Kelly, when I started, because I stayed, and they kept on barraging me with insults. Why? What are you doing? What kind of dummy is this one they brought to us? I kept quiet. I was planning. Later on, when I picked my biro and started, I said, no, stand up, Oga, stand up. I stood up. They came and checked my locker and all that. I said, do I bring out my pockets? I brought out all my pockets. You all are men. In the end, I finished the whole thing while others were there sweating. I don't know what they were writing. Some have written up to 20 pages and all that. I don't know what they were writing. So I wrote 10 pages. 10 pages. I handed over. The man said, what kind of person? I don't know who brought you here, this and that. I said, okay, please take it. Went into a pool, typed the whole thing, brought it for them, and left. Kelly, very early in the morning, I heard a call. Are you Emmanuel Ndukwe? Yes. Did you participate in this essay and all that? I said, yes. This is your number. Okay. You took the first position. I said, thank you very much. I recognize your voice. You said I was a dummy. I didn't know anything. Okay, thank God it's dummies that are making the first position now. Kelly, what I'm saying is that because people are always involved in examination malpractice, even at that place, my locker has to be searched and all that. So, JAMB should also know that even ordinary hunger can make a student fail. Now, if you are saying just the last exam, the result, because it's so low, people couldn't meet maybe, is it 200?
Above 200.
Thank you very much. And you are saying, yes, that's the right one. I'm asking, 4 years ago, CBT had been on now. What happened then?
They're getting better by the year.
So for me, I think they should, because something about education requires those who are experts to think through what may be responsible for anything. Now, in terms of NECU and all the rest of them, you see, Kelly, if just like I always tell people, if they start electronic voting today, since it's something involving politics, you see the fraud will even balloon more than it had been. Because interests of these people, and these are people who can fund whatever to get what they want. So JAMB has not made any tremendous success. If you apply that kind of thing, what about where you are writing essays?
All right. So let's just talk about, I'm still trying to understand the policy yet. There's supposed to be an executive order from the president. The attorney general is supposed to work out the details of that executive order before the policy can take effect. They promote Nigerian-made policy. Promote Nigerian-made policy as announced by the Tinubu administration. Atiku throws a poser at him, and he asked him a simple question. Don't begin by talking, begin by your action. That action is that escalate, that almost 1 billion naira escalate. Give it in and use a vehicle from Innocent or not. Would that go a long way in promoting made in Nigeria products? But I'm not sure that's what that policy is about. I think this is just a jibe at Tinubu.
That's what I wanted to even say.
This, for me, I think it's a jibe at Tinubu because that's not what the policy is really about. But then, Atiku's charge to Tinubu, Professor Mbete.
Well, growing up, there was this song, I think it's by Barry White. One of my uncles liked it so much. It says, practice what you preach. I would expect Atiku to practice what he preaches or what he has preached.
Not Tinubu.
First of all, the Atiku who said...
but the policy is from Tinubu now.
The person criticizing Tinubu should also practice that. That's one.
Okay.
Then Tinubu himself and all those in government should start with themselves. I agree that we have to promote homemade goods. That's the way to go. There is no point. It is self-deception for leaders in the country or those who call themselves leaders to live as though the country is practically rich. I use the word practically because, yes, in terms of potential, Nigeria is a rich country. But in terms of practical, effective utilization of the resources that are available, we are very poor. So a country where you have the leaders that are supposed to set examples, they ban importation of certain things, and then they are the ones that go about brandishing, dangling all those things that they don't want the common people to. So it's not good. That's hypocrisy. So from the president to the councillors, everybody in government should encourage and promote homemade goods. But then you don't just do that. There has to be the right condition in place for this to happen. For example, there's no country that can be rich if the country does not have adequate supply of food. The first thing anybody should think of in any country as a human being is food. And so, what are the things in place to promote agriculture in this country? The government has to take the lead in this, in providing the right environment, the right condition for us to thrive in agriculture. Before you now talk of some other things, agriculture has some other, what they call value chain, agro-allied industry. And so we must start from there. So I want to say that, yes, the president should encourage industries in Nigeria, be it cars, basic equipment and all of that, technology should be encouraged. And one way to do that, India did it, and it worked very well for them. Let's see the ministers, the president, the senators riding in Nigerian assembled, if not completely fabricated, Nigerian assembled cars. It will also help others to do so.
Let me read the policy. Maybe we can even talk about it.
Right.
The presidency released nuggets about it, so I'm using the nuggets.
All right.
It will save us the time. Prioritizing local content. The policy prioritizes locally made goods and homegrown solutions in all government procurements. Revised procurement guidelines. The Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, will revise and enforce procurement guidelines to favor local suppliers. A framework will be created to ensure compliance with local content requirements in all government procurements. A register of high-quality Nigerian manufacturers and service providers will be maintained by the BPP. No procurement of foreign goods or services will be allowed without justification and a written waiver from the BPP. Contracts for foreign goods or services must include provisions for technology transfer, local production, and skills development. All ministries, departments, and agencies must conduct an immediate audit of procurement plans and submit revised versions in line with the policy. Breaches of the policy will attract sanctions, including cancellation of procurement and disciplinary action against responsible officers. The policy aims to promote new era of local enterprises, self-belief, and national pride. The government will lead by example by investing in Nigerian industries and people and changing how it spends, procures, and bills. I think it's actually not correct. It's encompassing. After all, it's actually encompassing. So it has to begin with the government. In fact, they keep saying it's government, procurement, government. So it starts with them.
No, but there's a contradiction somehow there.
Which is?
Which says the government has to lead by example by investing.
Mm-hmm.
Investing is one way. Another example is by actually driving those cars, using those things. And there's another caveat there which says that procurement of foreign goods can only be allowed upon justification
and a written waiver.
So that takes care of what the loophole they are creating. So the BP will just say, well, the justification is that there was no better homemade alternative. That's why we are allowing this. So what have you done?
But they also created a proviso to say,
on face value, it's a fantastic thing.
When those things come here, you have to make room for ways to transfer knowledge and technology.
It's not starting today. It has never worked. It has never worked.
It has never worked.
It has never worked. Technology transfer started many years ago. The process in Nigeria, they say, oh, why we are bringing it? We have to do transfer. You have to develop domestic initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
That's what India did. That's what China did. That's what all these countries did. How will you just bring somebody, an expatriate, and say, oh, we want you to transfer technology to us, and they know that's their product.
Because you want to patronize your business. So if you have to do business in Nigeria,
sponsor research. People who are genuinely interested, patriots, who are interested in developing your country in indigenous initiatives. Don't expect that anybody would come from America or China or so to say, oh, we want to help you to develop your technology. They will say so, but they know what they are getting. They will indirectly try to scuttle everything you want to do.
I'm up with Senator Bobosofuri Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO Green Consulting. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Hello to our listeners, and my greetings to fellow panelists.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let me take your assessment on this policy of the Tinubu administration.
Well, it's a good policy coming too late.
Okay.
That's where we thought it should have started in 2023, May 29th speech. As he was thinking of knocking petroleum subsidy, which actually was not knocked in the way the public expected, but knocked in a way to protect those who were duping Nigeria from that process. We should have included that we were going to indigenize local production of goods and services in this country. Like Prof was saying, we had tried this before. we came to a point where practically 60-70% of our manufactured goods were that were directed at import substitution.
Okay.
It's a different thing from producing competitively for the international economy. The situation in 1970 to 1990 was one where indigenization of production chose whether to be import substitution focused or export market focused. And I like to say that ours unfortunately went into import substitution focused. And unlike Japan, that from the beginning designed their indigenization manufacturing focus or agenda to deal with export promotion. It's in export promotion that you make the real money and real transfer of technology like China has done. Japan did the same thing and became number 2 largest economy in the world. South Korea almost achieved it through the Shabol system they had. In order to produce for the international market, you needed to meet international standards in all sectors. And because the South Korean government recognized that South Korean private sector was not strong enough to carry the cost of research and deployment, R&D costs, they created a central body that harnessed such indigenous ideas and turned them into production protocols. For instance, you see vehicles like Daewoo and Hyundai. The technology came from the same pool, Shabol. You have the idea, you say you want to produce 4-wheel drives. They don't want you to invest the little money you have in research. You come to the Shabol, tell them, and they bring out the documents they have in those areas. You take what you want and go and produce it. South Korean government will back you so that you become a internationally competitive.
So they were more like doing research for you.
Oh yeah. They paid the universities to do the research, bring back to the center, and the center now shared what is available for you to be competitive. In fact, they part funded your money. I'm not telling you theory, I'm telling you practice, because I was part of the team.
Protected intellectual property.
Yes, I was part of the team that in 1988 brought the wood to Africa. We brought the wood to Africa to do a civil works erection in Nigeria's first nitrogenous fertilizer complex, NAFCON, under M.W. Kellogg International Management Team. We went to Korea, South Korea specifically, and talked with them. They took the design. It was a Kellogg design. They took it. We were trying to get cheaper costs for the construction of the civil works. And they took the design from M.W. Kellogg and looked at it and identified areas where they could come cheaper. And in no distant time, we had a gain of $100 million savings from the cost M.W. Kellogg had given for the same amount of work. And that information was in collaboration between government officials, universities, and technology centers in Seoul. And before we knew it, Daewoo made their bid and won the bid to build the civil works for NAFCON. So that's how Daewoo came into Africa. And they really took pains to acknowledge it. Our management team that went was given presidential reception, right? So the South Koreans took that Shabol approach, recognizing that they wanted to compete in Africa. And what were they doing? They were providing support for next door neighbor, Japan, who was moving from telecoms sensors into heavy industries. Japan was trying to move from cameras, phones, and so on into heavy industries. Companies like Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Marubeni, Nisho AY, we worked with them as partners. And so they needed to get such supplies close to them that will make them also competitive in the international environment. That was export-driven local production. Those things they produced were not meant for the Japanese market or the South Korean market. They were made for export. What Nigeria did, which was very shameful, was to design our own indigenization program in the period between the 1970s and 1990 in a different way. Our program was to replace the UACs of this world, the GBOs of this world, all those companies that manufactured Vaseline hair cream, Nku body cream, Lux, those were the kind of things we were doing. We were not producing for export. We were just allowing foreign, the international capitalists enough room to still operate in our environment, but reducing the volume of sales they were going to make. We were producing Blue Band and allowing them to bring in butter, for instance. We were producing wax print and allowing them to bring 100% cotton-based textiles, sophisticated textiles from Europe and America. So Nigeria, but industries took a different, some of the industries took a different. I remember that in the M.W. Kellogg supervised NAFCON project, the design from day one was for internal consumption and for export.
Let me plead with you. We'll go for the news. When we come back, you continue.
All right.
Please stay with us.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Minister of Environment, Balarabe Lawal, has expressed concern over the continued neglect of environmental issues in Nigeria, warning that lack of attention threatens public health, food security, and the nation's economy. Speaking at a ministerial press briefing in Abuja, the minister highlighted that environmental concerns remain under-prioritized, particularly within Nigeria's legal framework. He pointed out that recent killing of 2 elephants in Borno State, believed to be among the last of the West African species, as a glaring example of weak environmental laws. He also noted that efforts to secure justice for the crime had stalled due to gaps in environmental legislation. The minister called for stronger legislative backing and collective action from leaders and citizens alike, stressing that government efforts alone are insufficient to protect the environment. He also urged President Bola Tinubu to champion the cause of environmental protection, saying environmental issues require everybody to be on board, particularly the president. A former senator representing Kaduna Central, Shehu Sani, has called on the federal government to step up the fight against terrorists in different parts of the country rather than focus on a security summit. Speaking during a television program, Sani said Nigeria has had enough talks about the spate of insecurity in the country and therefore needed an improvement in its approach to the war against the terrorists. According to him, it is a known fact that the Nigerian state is faced with a war against banditry and terrorism, a war which he said had been going on for over a decade. The former Kaduna lawmaker said victory over terrorists and bandits was as important as the unity, peace, and survival of the Nigerian state. Amid the rising level of insecurity in the country, especially in the northern part of the country, where scores of lives have been lost, homes destroyed, and many displaced, the Senate had resolved to establish another committee tasked with organizing a national security summit in Abuja. The summit is expected to include federal, state, and local governments, as well as traditional institutions and stakeholders in the sector to develop viable solutions to the country's persistent insecurity challenges. The House of Representatives is urging the federal government to make the screening for cancer free of charge. It follows a motion by Adeyemi Oseni on the need to subsidize the high cost of cancer treatment in Nigeria. He drew attention to the scourge of cancer, which he said is fast spreading among Nigerians, with reports revealing that in 2020, about 125,000 people were diagnosed with cancer. The Committee on Healthcare Services is to collaborate with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare and other relevant agencies to establish a mechanism for the federal government to provide subsidies for cancer treatment and related drugs to ameliorate the suffering of patients. On the foreign scene, Israel has threatened to do to Iran what it did to Hamas in Gaza, days after an attack on Ben Gurion Airport by Iran-backed Houthi rebels. Defense Minister Israel Katz warned Iranian leaders who finance, arm, and exploit the Houthi terrorist organization, noting that the proxy system had been terminated and the axis of evil collapsed. Along with Hezbollah and Hamas, Yemen's Houthi rebels are part of Iran's axis of resistance against Israel and its ally, the United States. Hezbollah began launching attacks in October 2023 in support of its ally Hamas following its unprecedented attack on southern Israel. The Houthis attacked Israel's main airport near Tel Aviv, part of a campaign against Israel the rebels say is in support of Palestinians in Gaza. Israel hit back against the Houthis with strikes on the airport and the rebel-held capital, Sana'a, as well as on power stations in and around the capital. The United States and the Houthis reached a ceasefire agreement aimed at ensuring freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, where the rebels have attacked shipping. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Ịtụ ndụ mmanụ na-amasị m, ya mere m jiri na-eri nri akwọrọ aka sie nke na-edozi ahụ. N'ime ite ji porridge m tinyecha azụ, ntinye yabasị, ose na ogo tupu m tinyezie nut cube nke ga-ewepụta ọmarịcha ụtọ dị na nri m ka ọ bụrụ eri amịcha aka. Ndị be anyị chetanụ na nke onye riri ka o buo. Tinye akwụkwọ nri na-ama pokopoko na nri gị niile, werezie nut cube mee ya ka ọ bụrụ eri amịcha aka. Rie nri na-edozi ahụ taa.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Turn the jam and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. Let me return to Amapu Sanibo.
Yes, I was saying that international industries in Nigeria had a different agenda. They became the second lane of Nigeria's indigenization program, where they needed to produce for both the local market and the international market. In such a case, the technology transfer agreement is well well documented and regulated. I remember when we were in MW Kellogg International Management System, that all the activities of a plant operator, for instance, were clearly identified, listed, and every expatriate who entered as a plant operator was given 2 understudies. Those 2 understudies, as they went through the list, any part of that list they had perfected was signed off by the 3 of them, and the expatriate will no longer do those things again. So when it gets to the end of the list, the expatriate leaves. The Nigerian takes over that. But the Nigerian taking over that did not mean that you had the capacity to produce the parts that will run the machine.
Okay.
You had only the capacity to press buttons already installed for you. Of course, we did some nice things.
So that actually wasn't transfer of technology?
No. It was transfer of skill.
Skill, yeah.
Yeah? So you had the skill to operate the plant, but not to design it or to maintain it. Maintenance took some time. People were trained again, not just in Nigeria, but outside Nigeria, taken to other plants to learn how to maintain, go their Sunday studies, come back and perfecting that practice. Then you come to Nigeria and you were deployed. But I noticed that in the oil and gas industry, the process was different.
I've heard the same thing.
Yes, the process was different. We brought, when I was working for Shell, we brought expatriates, and a corresponding number of Nigerian professionals were posted. A corresponding number was posted to different countries, oil fields, to go and do similar work. And as they perfected what they were doing, these people came here not to transfer technology, but to operate existing technology. So
that's the foreigners?
Yes, the foreigners came in to operate existing technology. For instance, the dredgers, the drill, the swamp boogies and all those things, we didn't have our own manufacture. We didn't manufacture anyone for ourselves. We should have, because China started manufacturing.
So the ones that existed perhaps were procured by, like Shell?
Yeah.
They brought them in?
You will buy from known suppliers.
Known suppliers. So
yes.
They got them in. Those are foreign, obviously.
Yes. American, Canadian, German, British.
Okay.
Then we now started seeing that China was hot-footing it into the market with more exciting designs, smaller, compact, but more efficient and cheaper. Right? So it became important not just to learn how to operate the one from the Western industries, but also to learn how to operate
ones from China.
From, yes, the East. Now, the question remained. You had Nigerians who could operate these foreign technologies, but you didn't have indigenous technology for Nigerians to learn to operate. Why?
Because that's technology that is Nigerian.
That is Nigerian. That's because our universities were disconnected from industries. They were disconnected. In other parts of the world, the universities are the first posts.
That's the center.
The first posts of particular industries in certain locality. Right? So they put the machines to strip them bare, learn the designs, and begin to think of designing something to replace it. The Chinese definitely demanded that if they imported 10 Boeing aircrafts from the US, they insisted that 5 will come as knocked down parts, which will be assembled in their country. The other 5 can come already built. So that sense of indigenization, we must clarify. What are we indigenizing? Is it just tool pushing indigenization, or getting our university system involved in designing the kind of technology that will respond to the challenges of making Nigerian companies competitive internationally?
So let's
look at Bofire, what we call locally in the Niger Delta Bofire, which is the local distillation, refining of petroleum products. Who says Nigerian universities cannot get into that and design things that will help cleaner, environmentally safer,
friendly,
you know, and saving life and saving costs? But the NMPC, even as it became an NMPCL, has no fund to back that.
So the policy announced by the Tinubu administration
is suspect. That's why I'm saying it's 2 years too late. It's suspect because what we see is that they have spent 2 years capturing commanding heights of businesses that could easily now be labeled as indigenous enterprises. For instance, in the oil and gas industry.
Are you referring to AGIP?
AGIP is one. Shell has become Renaissance Energy Company. You have more than 80 indigenous companies.
You think a target may be the oil sector?
That's one. That's a big part of it. In fact, the volume of spare parts and the maintenance items that come into the oil industry are talking in terms of over $12 billion a year, right? So if you begin to graduate companies in Nigeria that can be allowed to import, right?
How many?
Those parts, then it shows a certain degree, where to a certain extent we'll be falling back to the same sickness of import license racketeering, where those who control the approval will control the companies that come in. And how are we going to be sure it's not companies that they have bought overnight? 80 companies by 2022 were involved in indigenous, or were standing as indigenous companies in the oil and gas industries. Unknown to us, data revealed that out of the 80, 90% had been quietly sold to foreign creditors because loans and equipment guarantees offered by foreign banks could not be paid back. So you cannot make this kind of rules and think that the Nigerian people are foolish. The areas where you needed to make these rules should have been preceded by a clear policy that says we're investing in these areas to allow Nigerian industries to take off before you make a ban. But I think I stand with Atiku on this. The amount, Toyota makes 300 million cars a year. But do you know, one of the largest markets Toyota has in the world is in Nigeria. But Nigeria is not registered as a center of Toyota manufacturing activity.
Enough for them to open a center here.
The biggest Toyota car factory overseas. Toyota comes in packages, the body and then the engines. They are made in different factories. The biggest ones are in Kentucky, United States of America. In Africa, Nigeria, what Nigeria consumes of Toyota vehicles is more than what all the African countries put together buy. And yet, we have no Toyota factory manufacturing either engines, engine parts, or body parts of Toyota. That's where we should start by saying we want Toyota, we want Honda, we want all of these vehicles that are bought overseas and similar equipment to indigenize their content in Nigeria.
I imagine the employment that would have
manufacturing here. Yes, it would have been enormous. It would really have been enormous.
Because you create a new value chain.
119 million Toyota vehicles are manufactured outside of Japan per annum. 119 million engines and body parts. Nigeria has no hand in that. And yet, every government official is driving a Toyota Land Cruiser, either bulletproofing or not. The bulletproofing ones come specially customized for them, right? And that is a huge budget item for Nigeria. So if President Tinubu had done this in 2023, put a condition, we are going to buy for our senators, for our ministers, for our governors, this volume of bulletproof Toyotas, but we insist that they must be made in Nigeria. There would have been an explosion in employment for Nigerian engineers.
So you agree with Atiku to an extent?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Comrade Jizu.
Shocking revelation by our father here, and that calls to question what is indeed in that thing they always agitate for, and sometimes we don't know, called local content. From what he had just said here, when the IOCs come around, I will be agitating local content, and to my mind, to my little knowledge, the local content we narrowly think of give our people a job. But on a norm, from what he had just explained here, it should be more than that. I'm just cold as he was giving these shocking revelations. And frankly speaking, I think in this Fourth Republic, the closest we've gotten to what he has even suggested that would have been or put Nigeria in a more business front is in the era of Goodluck Jonathan, where Innocent was almost as a product that the Goodluck administration was almost using as an official vehicle, and giving, like all these vehicles they were giving to states and all the rest, they patronized Innocent to an extent. Now, from what he has said now, if you look deeply, I wouldn't blame most of these international companies who are manufacturers. Why did I say so? From what he has said, he has only given you a little bit of statistics from the government aspect. You don't talk about what is going on from the entertainment world. We've not.
That's a massive industry.
I'm telling you. So why he was talking? I was just sitting back and I was just racking my head.
Imagine we're able to assemble cameras.
I'm telling you.
And some of those stage.
I'm telling you.
Lightning, speakers, consoles.
Kelly, it's mind-boggling.
Imagine we had a Yamaha with a manufacturing plant in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, yes.
That's where I tell you that government is not serious. Most of the times when we talk about this whole thing, he gave a very... Kelly, I want to... It's just like when he is here as a manager and he says, Ruben, I need 10 pieces of fabrics or 10,000 pieces of fabrics from my people. When you go to the company, on a norm, you negotiate your interest, telling the company, for me to bring this massive job for you, you must factor my interest. And in most cases, your interest is being factored. Now, as a country, how do we apply that? From what he had just said, it's not a rocket science.
Because that's the interest, really.
Of course.
If we're going to bring this volume of product to our country,
this is what I need
this
from
is what
you.
You need.
This is not a rocket science. But you know why? I am not going to be surprised. They will do this. They will factor an interest, but not on a larger scale for the country. It will be personal. Just like what he had just revealed. Shockingly, to most of us, when you make your personal findings, I know during the coming in of MTN, we heard a lot of things that when you during the first administration of Olusegun Obasanjo, when you dial *555 *1, that was the norm.
Because it's not confirmed. Exactly, it's not confirmed. Exactly,
I'm not saying I'm not saying that was it. But where I'm coming from is, in the Nigerian sense, if there is a smoke without fire,
it is still not confirmed.
No, Kelly, get what just like what he has revealed. I'm not saying that happened. Just get me clear. If you listen to what I said, I didn't say that it was confirmed. I said just like in the words of Nigerians.
Do you know?
But when you investigate, you will know that the income.
Do you know how some people listening to you think? They don't hear the caveats you added.
Yeah,
I understand.
They heard the
*555.
Exactly. That thing we have been saying is true. That thing we have been saying is true.
I hear them for radio.
Exactly.
Well, for those who are listening, I'm not saying that it is true.
No, but this part not important.
I know.
They've taken the one they want to take.
It's just like what Daddy just explained here. I'm only trying to match them together. I am very much certain. Why, as Nigerian lawmakers, unable to bend MTN and multi-choice? Some of us arguably told you people here that because those who are behind them are part of the government, they have called them time without number to bend them to what is suitable to the Nigerian consumer, yet they are unable to. Why will a foreign company in Nigeria go against the government time without number? It tells you something is fishy. Going by what you may not know, but going by what he has just explained here, Kelly, can I come to your land without involving your indigenes and violate your rules? Is it possible
in this country today?
Now we are Nigerians. Is it possible I come to your community
in Nigeria,
violate your community principles
in Nigeria?
Will it be Kenya?
Just come with soldiers. They are gun trucks. Just give them order. Gun trucks.
Now look at what is happening in Irebe, Eche and Co. I am saying today over land grabbing and all the rest.
Okay.
And it is very clear. It cannot be done without indigenes.
Some local interests.
This is not possible. Let's just be realistic. It's not possible.
I don't know.
If you come with gun trucks and all the rest without it, how do you know the lands? Okay. Who do you buy the lands from initially?
It's all right.
So there must be some sort of collaboration or what we call
sellout.
Of course. So same thing comes with the government role too, because you remember vividly during the President Muhammadu Buhari administration where the COVID-19 came up, we listened to the Minister of Information clearly. There were some Chinese who came in. The government took inventory of their presence. But afterward, they told us they were doing. I don't know if you remember that case. Oh, you didn't remember that case? They said they were coming to help our doctors. I listened to Like Mohammed. If you say as a journalist, you didn't follow up that. They told us they sent delegation to the airport. They sent delegation to the airport, received them. But after a while, when the issue goes on, we're waiting for the help from the foreigners. We didn't hear. Nigerians started asking questions. The government said we're not aware of their whereabouts.
This happened in Nigeria.
So if you put honestly speaking, everything we are discussing right now, just get me on another plane based on this revelation. Right. And I think even Atiku himself, that is even fine. I agree with that. I agree with Atiku too on this. But I know that if Atiku is on this very point where the current president is, Atiku will also do the same, because from little we know in his time, he will even do more. Right. They are not doing anything for the interest of our country. Right. It's personal.
It doesn't make it right.
Kelly, I don't even know what
by now I thought you would have.
No, we knew what you were saying, but what Daddy has revealed has just changed the mindset. Honestly,
the local patronized Nigeria policy, indigenous policy, as announced by President Tinubu. Okay. We're actually looking at it. We're actually just going to look at Atiku's
position on it
to the president. Change your.
Charity begins at home.
What's the name again? Change your
nothing.
Your vehicle.
Okay.
to escalate, change your escalate
to innocent.
Charity begins at home.
But that would speak louder than any other thing.
I'm sorry to say.
Example,
as a former vice president.
It's not the president. It's not the president.
Yes, it's cast.
So that now took us to the actual policy. And it's that policy that Amobu Sanibo went back historical lanes, broke it down, so that we can appreciate whether it will work or not. So you can just react to Atiku's poser to Tinubu.
Well,
replace your escalate with innocent and stop going abroad for medical trips.
This second one, you should just buy big key that maybe has not been produced before and then lock it up because it's not possible.
I'll throw the key.
They will not listen.
I'll throw the key.
You see, Kelly, let me tell you, even the Atiku advice, very fine. But if Atiku were the president, he wouldn't. But let me leave that side. President Tinubu, it will be very difficult. If you remember, was it Buhari that was in power, and at that time they were talking about, even the military came and said they would patronize innocent.
Yeah, it was Buhari. Yeah.
You see, did they do it completely? That they depended on innocent. See, all these things are determined by the interests of the authorities at the head. I don't understand what Atiku himself is suggesting, because to those in Asorok, it will be practically difficult to do this. If you check, if you go to innocent now, let's say Nigeria is patronizing innocent. Is it innocent? Yes. You will see that innocent will even come lower. All that they are supposed to spend, they won't spend that much. But some among the authorities will tell you, nah, what are you doing? You want to go and then make that boy rich and his people, and that will settle it. If there is anybody that those in authority know that it will also bring something for them, they'll follow that particular individual. So I think tribal sentiment also becloud this issue. And I do not see what Atiku is saying will not make any meaning to me, because I verily know that if Atiku were president, he wouldn't do that. It's very easy to give advice to another person and not to follow it.
Let me just point of information. The local content policy has been in place now for more than 15 years. This national local content policy was started from the oil and gas sector. And the idea was to create room for indigenous participation in oil and gas. But more importantly, to relocate the oil industry to follow the Norwegian model rather than the British model. What is the British model? The British model is that all the technology, skill, and personnel that run the North Sea oil activities of BP and Shell reside in Scotland. 70% of them reside in Scotland, so that when the Russian submarine kiosk that exploded underwater, and trapped the navigators in that ship, the Russians had to come to Scotland to take people to take skilled personnel to go help them try to find the ship, the submarine, yes, and to get to know what happened to it, rather than accept help from America or Britain formally. So the local skills to run underwater activities grew from oil and gas industry activities in the North Sea. in Britain and is resident in Scotland. In Norway is different. In Norway is different. They have a local content policy, or what we will call a local content policy, which domiciles the servicing of the oil and gas industry in villages in Norway. And I had a random survey of this with the Norwegian committee, a parliamentary committee on oil and gas in 2002. What they do is every oil company that is operating in Norway must have its local content shop in one of the villages, so that the skills to do servicing, repairs, mud drilling, well cleaning, and all those things reside in the villages. Not, you won't see it in Stockholm, in the urban areas of Norway. And the difference is that for every dollar the British get from the oil and gas industry, research has shown that the Norwegians get almost 4 times, because the costs of operating the local content within their villages is lower than what the British pay for domiciling their local content policy in the urban areas of Scotland. Now, the point one was making is this. Since over 15 years, Nigeria set up the local content policy. Those of us who were in the industry and fought for this thing expected Niger Delta governments to appropriate this, because, look, almost 70% of operating costs in the oil and gas industry goes into parts and services. So if the oil and gas sector, which we industry, which we clamor is our thing, resource control, meant if we were serious, if we were honest about it, every governor in the Niger Delta would have taken local content to 4 or 5 local governments and said, this local content stand for this particular area of servicing in the oil and gas industry, so that all our local governments would have had some impact in the oil and gas industry. But Kelly, do you know what's happening? The fact is that local content still remains an urban experience in Nigeria. It is an experience in which local content, the local content office was even going through EFCC investigation, because huge sums of money involved in building another natural gas processing plant passed through them. We should not be the case. We should be talking of pipeline repairs. We should be talking of pipeline fitting, the kind of fabrications that will localize such skills and technology in the Niger Delta communities. It has not happened, and it's not going to happen. Ask yourself why. Our governors, our houses of assembly do not even understand what resource control means. Because if you had the local content, you have 70% of the oil and gas operating fund.
Let's, I feel like staying here for a bit, but we have to move on. The information is, I just imagine that, if they were serious about this local content thing, and they were able to leverage and they got some of these industries to come in and site base here. In coming here, you need to have learning centers.
Yeah.
So some of the universities will partner with them, or they'll open new universities.
Yes.
So you won't have to travel overseas to go and get knowledge, education about the
this
operations of
particular
those industries.
industry that is in your environment.
You would have the school in Nigeria to go school, and the factory is there that you are sure you can get employment.
Certainly.
Or the value chain that would exist, because it's cited here, would have room for you to just fit in.
Nigeria is not serious.
It's not Nigeria, it's the political
for now,
the political class
they
of
make
Nigeria.
decision for me and you now.
It's depressing.
As soon as he started talking there, you saw the way I returned to my seat.
You know, when you mentioned there are many courses,
of course,
technical courses that our universities don't provide education for. Many. Audio engineering is one. Sound engineering is another one. The closest you can get for audio engineering in Africa is South Africa.
Yeah.
It's South Africa. It's not even available in Ghana. But imagine you had a Yamaha or a Sennheiser with a factory in Nigeria.
Well.
And then in they producing, it will mean you need to build auditoriums where you have acoustic designs fitted
in Olsen and all these people competing.
Oh my goodness. That's why you have someone like Beyonce say she's doing a world tour and she's coming to Nigeria because you have facilities.
The acoustics.
Yes. The
acoustics industry.
You have
would
them.
have grown here.
We manufacture microphones, speakers. They are happening here. They are assembling there. You want to go to school, there's a school, you just go pay, do the program. You come out. Center. By then, you now have liberalization. Multiple centers, more will come.
Yep.
If you're positive in business agreement.
But that was how China got Trump into this trouble of tariff.
We got Trump into this trouble.
Yes, because what did China do? China offered America from the 1980s the opportunity of producing at a cheap cost. So American capital,
they jumped on it,
went to China and began to set up industries. And China gave them very liberal terms to set up their industries, but insisted on personnel coming from China. And the moment they set up their own plants, the Chinese created duplicates of those plants and started running. Okay? So, and their big market was the United States before they started looking at Africa and the rest of Asia. The American market, because the ownership of the capital was theirs, was America. So the Chinese followed the American capital to export into America. And each plant that was successful gave birth to 20 more plants. Look, the Chinese between 1980 and 2000 developed a policy. I had a Chinese guy, we were colleagues in M.W. Kellogg. And by 2000, I met with him in Baltimore in the US. And I said to him, look, what are you doing which fertilizer company are you working for now? You know, at the time he was working for Noskidro when I knew him in the 1980s. He said, look, in his country now, you choose which fertilizer company to work for. I said, why?
There are many.
He says, because the government has a policy that every local government, their provinces by the coast, should have either a fertilizer company, a refinery, or a petrochemical plant, and the state will provide 70% of the fund.
These are human beings, so.
And their reason is simple. If you are by the coast, you are meant for export.
Yes.
So they provide the money. So he finds himself now looking at various options where to work. So why should he come to the West? That he came to America just for the program that brought me there. At Towson University, where
these policies are thought by human beings.
No, they are not taught by human beings. They are taught by state policy to be competitive internationally.
No, what I mean is human beings sat down, conceived the idea. They came together and they wrote it down as a policy.
No, Kelly.
They say as our nation.
You still don't understand what I'm trying to say. I understand you. These were human beings who agreed to do this.
To effect these things now.
But it is the system that creates the thinking in the human beings. If you don't have a system that ab initio.
Who creates the system?
A system includes human beings. So.
The way Kelly presented it makes it look like he's not agreeing with you, but he is.
Yes,
he is.
I know he's trying to factor.
He's only imagining how a certain group of people
human
these things
make the system work while out there is difficult.
It is the group interest that China must be competitive, must not remain number 3 world power in terms of the economic base of their country. They needed the opportunity to overtake Japan. So because of that mindset in the groups around the leadership class in China, they came with these policies. It became a systemic thing. The system today, state-owned enterprises in China, their focus is on external competition, such that even when America decided not to buy some years ago, and they said, no, we are not going to shut down our manufacturing businesses. What did they do? They promoted the local government workers, giving them more money to become the local market for manufactured goods that could no longer be exported to the U.S. You know, so you have local governments employing people who work in these manufacturing concerns. And whenever there is going to be a gap in the supply, in the export of commodities versus manufactured volumes, they increase the pay of local government workers, so they become active buyers in the market. The system creates that mentality.
Human beings now. Last. So now I don't feel like talking politics because the next one is politics. This is what we break our head, we shout about.
We don't talk enough about the economy.
A time China told America or any country, we want you to come and transfer technology to us.
No.
They didn't say so. They knew that was what they wanted.
Because it's too obvious. You can't tell me to come and transfer technology and I will transfer technology to you now.
And I become redundant.
Anyway, let me try and do politics so that we can open the phone lines after this one. Former President Goodluck Jonathan says one-party states for personal satisfaction is dangerous for Nigeria. He says if we're going to do one-party states, we have to agree as a body. We look at the technical details and see how it can help us. But if you're going to push one-party states because you're a powerful person, what we're going to get is crisis after crisis. Let me just lace this to it. Obi said the labors of our heroes past is now in vain. And he cited instances. He talked about the Save Nigeria protests in Lagos. Those that protested, where are they today? Nobody said anything. Things are eroding fast in the country. So it's safe for him to surmise that those that say the labors of our heroes past, what's that word again? The national anthem, the old anthem. The labors of our heroes shall never be in vain. Mm-hmm. It's now in vain.
Yeah, that's why they banned the anthem. They changed it. Just to make sure that the labors of your heroes are never remembered again. You change the song that teaches us about their labors.
Professor Mbete,
that's why they hail us now.
Jonathan's position on one-party states.
I think I read that online, and it was difficult somehow for me to know where he was going. I knew where I was coming from, but I didn't know where he was headed. Democracy is not a monolithic system. Just like we were talking about technology is supposed to be indigenized. Take note of the environment. The same thing about politics. So we have one-party democracy. We have multi-party democracy. But those who came up with the idea of multi-party democracy argued, and I agree with them, that one-party democracy constricts the scope of participation. In all fairness to the government, there is no law as we speak today in Nigeria that says Nigeria is a one-party state. So the drift towards...
Is there a law that says it's a multi-party state?
Of course, the mere fact that more than one party is registered means that it's a multi-party state.
Okay.
So the drifting towards one-party kind of system is not as a result of the law. It is as a result of the absence of philosophy
for the parties.
For the parties and the political elite. Because, for example, when everybody begins to defect or cross-carpet to the ruling party, it is not the government that said you should come and join us. But the reason is because, one, there is no justice. And because there is no justice, justice becomes a luxury for those who identify with the government in power. If there was justice for everybody, people would know that even in their own parties, they will still get what they want if they do their jobs well. So I didn't think that the comment of Jonathan was necessary to say nobody has come up with any law for a single party now. Let us just talk to ourselves and to the political elite to say this drifting towards one party system is not the way politics should be played. There should be a viable opposition, and irrespective of the party you belong to, once we insist that there should be justice, and forget about all the... I see Nigeria as a country where the political class don't seem to make a distinction between arrogance and pride. Every politician, true to that name, is supposed to be a proud person. You have pride, national pride in your country, pride in your community, pride in your being. That's quite different from arrogance. When they go about parading themselves, riding escalators, so that's arrogant, that's not pride. Pride would have meant that you have a local brand of the car or so that you say, this is Nigerian. So that's some bit of digression, actually. But to go back to what Jonathan is saying, let our people who are in politics, and also those who are not in politics, insist that there cannot be justice, so that there cannot be peace, there cannot be development, there cannot be progress without justice. Once there's justice, the drift towards a one-party system will naturally fail.
Well, Kelly, talking Nigeria issue sometimes, it's a bit frustrating. But the truth about it is, we see a situation just like what Daddy just said. In as much as we are of the opinion that some of these persons, when they find themselves in the corridors of power, or some who have been there, not practicing what they preach, doesn't make it right. Yes, we agree, it doesn't really make it right. But I am very much certain that when Goodluck Jonathan was enjoying power as a PDP president, and Olusegun Obasanjo was also enjoying power as a PDP president, I don't know how much of opposition parties we had in this multi-party system. I stand to be corrected. Under Olusegun time as president, PDP had about 27 states, as against today, after the defection of Delta State, that is 23 for APC. So I don't know where this one-party system thing has continuously been announced by the last one and now. I think it's just for those who have the intention to still hold sway to politics as their major means of income. So they are afraid. They don't want to be in this very political boat. Rather, they want to be on this other side. It is a bad market for Obi, who is a Labour Party faithful, if I should say, and for any other person who is a PDP, but not for APC. They will continue to say that. I don't know why anybody will come out to want to say this is the situation we find ourselves. Just like what Prof has said, we run a multi-party system as it stands. I don't think there is a rule or a law or whatever by the party at the center now to ensure that we are running a one-party system, even if they end up achieving their aim as a political party. I don't think even in the US, Donald Trump will not be, if their system, I use the word, their system like ours here permits, as the case may be, nobody will go to see influx of, how will I say it, opposition in politics into your party that will drive them away. I don't think so.
Okay.
Nobody will do so.
Politics is ideology driven.
In as much as I may disagree that the Nigerian politics is not ideology driven. Politics generally is ideology driven, but that of Nigeria is not. If you ask some of the persons who are coming into politics, there is no idea. If you ask some of the parties that are holding sway to power, there is no ideology. That for sure. It's not an argument. The Nigerian brand of politics has no iota of ideology.
Okay. Let's end the question.
Kelly, I think when a man understands how to use power, others will be at the periphery complaining. Complaining, I tell you. Because if you tell me that maybe Nigeria is heading to a one-party system, I will say no. Nothing of that sort has, in fact, been indicated. I go to my people now. My people said that a king cannot be defied by you standing in front of him and then defying him. No, you don't. You want to say this and that about the king, you say it behind. But the way the king will be positioning himself with his men and all that, without even opening their mouth, you know their plan, that they are coming after you. And that is only when your hands are soiled. All the people that are defecting, they have one baggage or another. So they are afraid that, you see, these authorities may come after us. Nobody has a clean hand and then decides to go to, for instance, let's just be plain, belong to APC, leaving your PDP or your SDP. So, while Chief Obasanjo was the head of, what do they call it, party leader, because he was the president. You know, it's just in Buhari and Tinubu that I started hearing national leader, while the president himself is there as the overriding chief. But another person was national leader. I don't know where they learned that one from, at least as far as Nigeria has been going on. But that's the system they chose. Now, let me tell you.
It was a misnomer because you can't have a national leader when you don't have people who have a sense of belonging to a nation. Only nationalists can be true national leaders. Most of these politicians are not nationalists.
The truth
they don't
is
believe
that
in the existence of any nation called Nigeria. They believe in Nigeria as a country, a platform where they can emerge and look
and make money.
It's not a nation in the true sense of the word.
That's why you see what I said earlier.
Well, you see, Kelly, even if it were something of a misnomer, like Professor Mbete says, the person that was president then will not even say anything about it. He would just keep quiet. Yeah. And that's what he did until it ran for 8 years. The current president was the national leader. And sometimes he will come out and say he doesn't know what was going on. but he was a national leader. That apart. See, Kelly, today, no, I was at Chief Obasanjo, Sarah. Chief Obasanjo did not even allow other parties to thrive, but people maintained their hold on their political parties.
Including the current president.
Yes. And especially, as I'm reminded, healthily reminded by Ruben, the current president wasn't with
the former president.
The former president.
And
that's the Chief Obasanjo then. But he held on to his own
party.
Today, there is nothing Tinubu has done, at least overtly, to show that if you do not come over to APC, we are going to flog you publicly or do this and that. People are afraid of their shadows.
Yeah.
Kelly, I always tell you, do your things with your hands clean. If you have some dates on your hand, you'll be afraid of. You see, this kind of dates, look at the end, where it will end. And that's why they are crossing
Just
to
a
APC.
second, I agree with you completely.
Yes.
But apart from their hands being soiled,
yes,
another reason for it, which is close to what I said earlier, is that because there's no justice, they feel that the parties in power control the instruments of rigging.
Yes. That's true.
And so if they are not there, it will be difficult for them to emerge. So that's also another reason.
No, but it's true
in
now.
addition to what you've said.
I understand. It's true. And
So, but it would also suggest that the past administration allowed for a little justice to allow those that remained in their parties to remain.
It's part of it.
No, there were no justice. Let me give an instance. There were no justice.
No justice in this country.
No justice at all ever had shown. In fact, if it were buried, it has never come up a little. Let's say the hair is seen up and then the other part of the body is buried. No, justice has never shown up.
If you defect to the ruling party, no consequences. If you defect to another party, they say you lose your seat.
Kelly, remember the pronouncement of what's his name? This Edo politician.
Oshomole during the campaign period.
It's just the whole thing that people are capitalizing on,
which is denying now.
Whether he denies it or not, it was on tape now. It was on tape. He didn't say it to me alone.
He said it's journalists like Ruben Abati
that made it up,
blowing things out of proportion.
It wasn't a whisper to Emmanuel Ndukwem.
He did it on their campaign.
He said it, and in fact, they replayed it severally the other day.
Time without number.
The issue is that, if you remember Chief Ojuzo Okalo, I said, after the whole thing, the FCC issue with him and all that, I think he had to spend one of the holidays there in their detention. But later on, he came out. And has anything happened again against him? So if you see Oborowere and all the rest of them go over, remember, I am not saying it happened. Okowa was fingered. That the EFCC said, I think they said trillion or something.
1 point something trillion.
Can you imagine that? And if it's true, you know, Kelly, you and I were arguing it here. That's too much and all that and all that. Okowa said nothing of that sort happened. But can we swear to that? We can't. The issue is that he knows where he stands. And instead of them to be giving me hassles, let me cross over. And if he crosses, like Shomole said, or perhaps being in denial, nobody will ever lift up that file again. If that file will still be in existence, I don't know. At least as far as this administration will continue. So who will want to be suffering while you know the slightest medicine you could buy and think your headache will disappear?
That is not that brand.
I'm up with No, you can use
there is one. Okay. Well, I think that Prof said something very fundamental that we've not addressed. The role of justice in a democratizing society. In fact, justice becomes a critical milestone to measure the level of democratization in a society. The fact that Hurricane Trump can be stopped by a state judge. You can't do this, you can't do that. For him to offset that judicial pronouncement, he has to go through the entire gamut of the American judiciary.
And not ignore it.
No, he cannot ignore it, right? That means that the judiciary holds a certain level of hope for those who do not agree with Trump, whether they're in his party or not. So what Prof is saying is something we need to invest in. The Nigerian political system from 1999 did not invest in justice at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal government level. It is just that now the python we brought home as a pet has become a boa constrictor after 25 years. It's no longer just swallowing voters' cards. It's now trying to it's now swallowing the human beings who even go to vote. That's why we are taking note. And we should take note from the very foundation, as Prof has pointed out. Emma is right. From 1999, after the 1999 election, the opposition began to melt at the local government level and at the state level. Opposition existed in the National Assembly and in states that identified, that sought their own uniqueness of identity, like Alliance for Democracy states, and it was only Lagos really that was strong. The others quickly collapsed under serious presidential campaign by Obasanjo's team. The other parties, then they began this ABGA. ABGA remained where it was because it was an identity politics that ABGA was playing, a sense of
the East.
Regional control and a development vision, which they never followed through. Because if ABGA had been able to translate into better economy for the East, into better development objectives for the East.
But ABGA did not hold majority of states in the East.
No.
It's
but even if in the states it held,
they did. Okay.
Yes, it would have become a comparative sign for others to come on board. Like the old MPP, which was running in a number of states. If the ABGA of today had had created a true development model, economic development model, to improve the life of the people, it would be easy for more states in the southeast and even in the Niger Delta to join them. In the case of PDP, the PDP just stopped thinking after Obasanjo. Obasanjo tried to bring, when he realized that there was going to be a vacuum, for lack of a philosophy of governance that would mobilize and integrate PDP states, he created the NEEDS and SEEDS development philosophies. NEEDS was National Economic and Environmental Development System, which was supposed to integrate national economies into an all-African market, whereas SEEDS were State Economic and Environment Development System, which was to create an integrated state within integrated economies within each African nation, so that they can compete with greater capacity. Now, unfortunately, as soon as Obasanjo left the scene, the whole philosophical framework was jettisoned, And Goodluck Jonathan's administration did not replace it with anything. In fact, it was remarkable that a PDP administration jettisoned what a PDP government had built or was building. So the foundation for one-party system was laid way back then, when the various states did not create the condition for justice to thrive in their various states. You could not say that if you were an AD politician in Nigeria, in Rivers State, by the year 2011, that you had a hope of getting justice in Rivers State. You did not have that hope, because the fear was that, in fact, from the House of Assembly, there was no representation whatsoever of any other party interests except the ruling party. So it is unjust for us to have a federal system in which the local government and the state government levels reflect one-party states. We need to bring justice back into the system by creating incentives for opposition parties to thrive at the local government and state government levels. Not just to sit at the center as symbolic statements of democracy. It has not created the multi-party system we wanted. The multi-party system is not working for Nigeria because there is no justice at the local government and the state government levels. We need to create an opposition system built on justice. That will give people confidence to belong to opposition, do what opposition parties should do, without necessarily undermining the ruling government. And it could be such that INEC, the National Assembly, can make an amendment to our rules that says if a state government does not have an opposition party, some penalties, some sanctions can be imposed on it. Whereas states that have active opposition parties can get some incentives from the federal government. That such things can be built into our constitution.
Nigeria can also circumvent that. The state governments would send their people to go and form the opposition and say they should claim to the opposition.
But at least let us make an effort to discuss it, to say how do we create justice at the local government and state government levels in order to protect democracy and multi-party democracy.
All right, let me take reactions. I'll read some of the messages now, and then I'll open the phone lines a little later on. Samuel Banigo, I agree with Peter Obi. What did Peter Obi say? I am not demarketing Nigeria. Peter Obi replies, Somolu says the labors of our heroes past now in vain. So you agree with Peter Obi on this one. Prince Osho Adewale, to tell ourselves the truth, Peter Obi never sees anything good about Nigeria after he lost out on that election. Any opportunity given to him, both home and abroad, he's always demarketing Nigeria, which is not good. Osborne Estienne, good morning, Kelly. What is more demarketing of a country than when executives, parliamentarians, and the judiciary are extremely corrupt and are disobeying the constitution openly? Corrupt, according to you, as alleged. Herbert, very true. The truth is some Nigerians are so biased to the extent that they call black white and call white black because of interest. This is really sad, and we can't continue in this direction. Jaffa Chigoze, is there anything currently going on in Nigeria? It's so sad when people get stingy with the truth. Indeed, the labor of our heroes past, now in vain. Stan, I don't see any wrong with what Obi has said. Those saying he's demarketing Nigeria are true enemies of the country. Okay, those are some of the contributions on X this morning. Let's read from Facebook just a few. Give me a moment. Let's do it. Begin with general posts first. Chukwudi Banugo puts it this way: don't create one-party state through backdoor. Jonathan is right about right, but the truth is that we already have one-party system. PDP, that is an opposition party, has collapsed, while Labour Party is in crisis. Super Ted, Nigeria First policy: replace your Escalade. Good morning. If the president bought the Escalade with his money, then there's no reason to replace it. It's his choice of a vehicle. With his money, you mean, eh? Okay. Frank Jonathan, big story. Discrepancy allegation has undermined public trust in Nelfund. All right. Lorenzo Delight, whatever FG is doing to trace the sources of terrorists without fishing out those politicians and army generals involved won't yield results. Dr. Mrs. Sima Libera from Owerri, corruption is flourishing in Nigeria because we don't abide by rule of law and the fear of God. I'm sad that powerful people in government are bleeding this country to death through monumental corruption and lawlessness. Amity Prince puts it this way: don't create one-party state through backdoor. Jonathan, we're already experiencing one-party state. Opposition stopped existing since the day the APC took over power in 2015. You don't dare talk about them or criticize them and leave. They will come after you. Comrade Iceberg, replace your Escalade with Innocent. Atiku to Tinubu, the way a man of the president is acting makes one wonder if actually he's the one really in charge of his administration. Here, Madu Charles. Olowu John, good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I totally agree with Jonathan, but sadly, the president and his team have destroyed democracy in Nigeria, all right, by killing the opposition. Some of the contributions on the general post. On opinion poll, Okachi David, no wonder the other national anthem was changed because they know that the labor of our heroes are now in vain. Funny people. Believe Rebecca puts it this way: good morning, Kelly. Indeed, the labor of our heroes past now in vain. A retired Army general once told me that the leaders of today need to apologize to this generation that they have failed to improve and build on what our past heroes handed over to them. The leaders of today. Okay, thank you. Inamdi Kinsley puts it this way: good morning, Kelly. I think FG is the one demarketing Nigeria and not Peter Obi. Max Egba, Peter Obi's comment is nothing but the simple truth that the government of the day is trying to hide. Abie, thank God. Good morning, Kelly, and greetings to the insightful guests in the studio. Obi is correct, regardless of how clearly the truth is presented. It's difficult to influence a government with a limited perspective. Daniel Kobo, I agree with P.O. Peter Obi, the labors of our heroes past now in vain. They know that's why they changed the national anthem, because that line, they hurt them. Lorenzo Delight, whatever he's saying is to demarket Nigeria to enable him get more followership. But those that would help him are with APC. If given opportunity, he will change nothing as a governor. Did he turn Anambra to Dubai? Some of those reactions there. Let me read a few more from here, 11:15, and then open the phone line shortly. Kelly and the gentleman in the studio, good morning. No nation or country transfers technology. Technology is stolen by countries who are serious in helping their nations. China and others did it from America. Today, they are great nations. Ubu Port Harcourt. Send that message from Port Harcourt. Thank you, Ubu, for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and the erudite crew. Pat from Port Harcourt. On the very poor performance of students in JAMB, Tinubu destabilizing parents, teachers, and students through huge survival mode is mainly responsible for this, not what the minister said. All right, thank you, sir, for your contribution. This one is talking about NDDC. I didn't carry any story about NDDC this morning. Not that I can remember. Let me look at some of the other ones I haven't read. I wonder, I always enjoy your comments when you speak after hearing your story, winning international essay. I appreciate you, sir. Augustine Aaron. This, I suppose, is still Miss Sandikwe. Okay. Atiku's suggestion is possible and workable because in 1975 to 1979, official vehicles were a Peugeot series authorized by Murtala and Obasanjo administration, Kanu. Those Peugeot cars were mainly assembled here in Kaduna. All right, thank you, sir. Nations are thinking of massive industrialization. Politicians here are thinking of transfer of technology from PDP to APC and singing on your mandates. Mr. Kelvin. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. GBK Igbere. I personally align with the prof for saying that those who are defecting to the ruling party have no justice. Adam Toshimole theory, which stipulates that if a politician defects to the ruling party, APC, then all your sins, such as looting, misappropriation of funds, etc., will be forgiven. All right, thank you, sir, for that. Let's look at a few from here. Okay, so Chinoye, you asked about the story of Governor Bago going to church. Okay, I'll share that clip tomorrow. All right, you replied me, so I'll share the clip tomorrow so you can hear it. That's about it, really. The massive failure of JAMB candidates may also be due to the tedious and almost non-stop registration process, even few days to the exam. Oyagri sent that one. Good morning, Kelly and everybody in the studio. In my own opinion, nobody is a Nigerian. That is why things are the way they are. Chinedu from Wimpy. Thank you. Good morning, all. I want to beg Today FM to bring... all right. 0817-00000951, 0810-9510-951. Again, 0817-00000951, 0810-9510-951. Few calls and we're done. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ma. Good morning.
Tony Hosford, welcome, please go on.
Yeah. Good morning to the panelists in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm a good man.
It is Obama.
So, actually, I agree with good Lord Jonathan. See, what he is trying to say here is that the only seemingly or supposedly viable opposition party is PDP, and he's gradually collapsing into, APC. That is one party system. That is, in practice, at least we can see. They are trying to cow, the other parties, the rest parties, to submission. The judiciary is not independent, the legislature is not independent.
Okay.
So they are all subject to the center.
Okay.
So that is where the one party thing is coming, is gradually going to.
All right, Tony.
So that's why. Yes, okay, thank you.
That's the time. Thank you. It's 60 seconds. Let's stay within time so we can take as many reactions within the time that we have. It's already 19 past 11, so a few more calls, and then that'll be it on the show. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I greet you all your guests in the studio. Good morning. Yeah, let me react on the comment of former President Jonathan. I totally agree with you. Remember yesterday, comment on the issue of education, and I condemn it. It's not good. You are going to a one-party system. And you remember when APC came on board, they came on board due to private opposition, how they criticize the PDP. Now, I'm not hearing anything from Olugunagba, our publicity secretary. It means that the opposition is dead, and even the party, they are calling themselves. They should put their heart in order and make sure that they find this in APC. Because they are not really not swear, but they are running to APC every day, running to APC. I totally agree with him. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, thank you so much, Frank, for sharing. Phone lines to open, a few more, and then we close for today. It's 20 past 11 now. 0817-00000951. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Harry. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. For Obi, what Obi said, I disagree with him. Then for Jonathan saying one-party system is this, whatever APC is doing, they learned from PDP. So this is just the beginning. PDP should get ready. Thank you. Dan Harrison is my name. That's my time.
Thank you so much, Dan Harrison, for calling and contributing. Whatever they are doing now, PDP started it. Okay. It's all right. 0810951091. Only one line seems to be working, sir. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, my name is Goodness Maxwell.
Can you turn down the volume on that radio?
Okay, let me switch it on. I don't agree with President Goodluck Jonathan. The reason is this. Jonathan is the cause of what we are passing through in this country today. He was not man enough. Jonathan was not man enough to defend his mandate, to remain as a Nigerian president, just managing the economy of this Nigeria very, very fine. But he was not man enough. He allowed himself to be pushed out by politicians. And that is the reason why Nigerians today diffuse into what we are suffering today. So I don't agree with him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for calling and contributing. Okay, that's our show, everyone. Let me say a big thank you to everyone for being part of the conversation. Desmond Mbete, Professor of Philosophy, University of Port Harcourt. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a final word?
Well, my final word to Nigerians is that if we want to indigenize technology, we should also indigenize research and also try to institutionalize justice, and things will work well.
Okay. Comrade Ruben Izuchini, Public Affairs Analyst, Chairman NDNAF River State Chapter, and a voice for Ngeni Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Always a pleasure to be here to give our little, even though we know that our little may not actually be the little drop of water that makes a mighty ocean. We will continue to give our little. Ordinarily, this little could actually influence decisions of government. As many as who told our lane to discuss public issues like this. But well, this is the little we can do for you. Once again, thank you, Kelly, for having me here.
Thank you, sir. I'm Abu Sanibobo Bosofuri Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO, Green Consulting. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Kelly. I will appeal to fellow Nigerians that the example set by River State women and various interest groups, civil society groups, to demand for social justice and good governance need to be copied and sustained. Need to be sustained first and copied across the states. Then we will be establishing justice for the benefit of the citizen.
All right. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show, everyone. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
This is exactly how we get down. This is exactly how we get down. Shopping with you in Montego. No reason, no reason. I just be wherever you go. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm there. You're my Osale. Now you the make my day. Kata, kata. Worry, worry, wara, wara. Uru, uru. Many, many miles on sea. Jiggy, jiggy. Jaga, jaga. Uru, uru, wara, wara. Oh, now you they make my go. Scatter, scatter. Worry, worry, wara.
Don't you know that it is a mayor of Ogolo that want to sing the song? Bring the bangwai, bring the
Forget the Amaka, forget the Vanessa. Girl, I go love you better. Girl, I go love you better. Forget the Amaka, forget the Vanessa. Girl, I go love you better. Girl, I go love you better. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something. Although they for my mind, no. Lay your body so divine. Lay your body so divine, no. It dey give me peace of mind. It dey give me peace of mind. Fire is in this case. Go baby for my chest. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something.
Nothing is carved in stone. You know the night is young. I'm feeling good, I'm in my zone. Run me a fat big blonde. And now them taba wallet. I'm burning in my life to wallet. Dirty me dirty like what? Cause I'm a good love. I be shame me can't stop. I'm so fly, my God. Mr. Bombastic, Mr. Romantic. African boy with the do magic. Came with a bunch left in the Lambo. Manga boy, everybody want blue. I'm still line of that body that boy. My new my time, my be, I know. I'm one lay what you. And you go lose control. By your knees, touch your toes. Give you the bad man love. I'm one lay what you. And you go lose control. By your knees, touch your toes. Give you the bad man love. I'ma look out to Dubai. She make you spend little time. When they make you guy. Don't do the left and right, baby guy. Guy. No killing person, baby guy. You know one day gonna by. Baby guy. Guy.
It's too easy cause the money surplus. Now money don't stop a long talk. How many things you won't count? You better relate with your mind. I see the vibe, see they do me. Don't go use your own, confuse me. Yeah, I did not see they do me. Hot box pass, baby, for me. Diamonds every new way. If there's something that you wanna do it. Oh, wale mo me. Men the physically fit, wale mo me. Oh, bella pomio. Omo apamijo. Omo casamigos.
And you go lose control. By your knees, touch your toes. Give you the bad man love. I'm gonna lay you at you. And you go lose control. By your knees, touch your toes. Give you the bad man love. I'ma look out to Dubai. She make you spend little time. When they make you guy, going to the left and right, baby guy. Guy. No killing person, baby guy. You know one day gonna go by. Baby guy. Guy.
Yeah, Mr. Bombastic, Mr. Romantic, Mr. Fantastic, Koyabayastic.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 11:34 a.m., Thursday, May 8, 2025. I am Queen Chima. We'll begin with the news where Gavin and Stacey Starsh says show will not return. Well, Larry Lamb, who played Mick Shipman on the BBC's hit show for 17 years, said filming the Christmas episode last year was an extraordinary experience. He added, at the time we all thought it probably wouldn't be the end. I'm sure we will be doing it again. But gradually what happened over the months, what I've realized is that was the end. Lamb said he would always carry a part of Mick with him, and his upcoming tour for his new book, All Wrapped Up, has a Gavin and Stacey theme. The Christmas episode of the show racked up 19.11 million views, and Lamb said while it was sad it ended, it was a masterpiece, no doubt about it. He added that scene in the wedding that's up for the moment of the year. It was the way to end the story. You can't keep going on with it. Ruth and James brought it to a grand finale. We are starting in the reading rooms and we're going to finish in Barry, the Marcos Cafe, at a day to be arranged, he told BBC. It's an adventure. It's all about a film crew going to a Caribbean island to make a film, and from the minute they set off, things go wrong, he revealed. He says that it's the letting me show people the inside story of what film and television is all about, because that is something I have been asked countless of times. Well, Liam Payne, One Direction singer, died aged 31 in Argentina in October without making a will. Liam Payne left behind money, property and possessions worth more than 24 million euros when he died last year, official records show. Shirley, who was Payne's partner for more than 2 years, and music industry lawyer Richard Bray have been named administrators of his estate. They will manage the money, but they currently have limited authority and cannot distribute it. Payne died at the age of 31 after falling from a hotel balcony in Buenos Aires. A court in Argentina dropped charges in February of criminal negligence against 3 out of the 5 people who had been charged in connection with Payne's death. His death shocked the music world and millions of fans of One Direction, one of the most successful pop groups of the 2010s. Probate documents show that the total gross value of his estate was 28.6 million euros, but was reduced to 24.3 million euros when any debt and expenses were deducted. Sheryl and Bray have been giving a limited grant of representation, describing as being to allow the administrator power to preserve the deceased estate until a general grant is made. Payne's family are also giving an overview of his fortune. Well, Motown legend Smokey Robinson has denied allegations of sexual assaults that were made by several former employees. In a lawsuit filed on Tuesday, 4 female housekeepers accused the singer-songwriter of sexual battery, including rape, plus forced imprisonment and a number of labor violations. In a statement to the BBC, Robinson's lawyer Christopher Frost called the allegations vile and false. As this case progresses, the evidence, the crucial element that guides us, will show that this is simply an ugly method of trying to extract money from an 85-year-old American icon, $50 million to be exact, he said. Robinson was Motown's first hitmaker, writing #1 hits like Mary Wells, My Guy and the Temptations, My Girl. He was both a talent scout for the record label and one of its most prominent recording artists in his own right, known for songs like Tracks of My Tears, Shop Around and Tears of a Clown. He has spots in both the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Songwriters Hall of Fame and claims to have credits on more than 4,000 songs. His second wife, Frances, was also named in Tuesday's lawsuit, which claimed she contributed to a hostile work environment and failed to stop Robinson's alleged sexual misconduct. The women are suing under the pseudonyms Jane Doe 1, 2, 3, and 4 due to the sexual misconduct allegations, including rape, being leveled against the musician. In the 27-page lawsuit, they detail several incidents dating back to 2006 and allege they were pressured into sex. All 4 women, who are of Hispanic descent, said they had not come forward until now because they feared losing their livelihood, familiar, reprisal, or embarrassment. Some were concerned the allegations could affect their immigration status. They are seeking at least $50 million in damages and a jury trial. No police report or criminal charges have been filed against the musician. The women's lawyers held a press conference on Tuesday accusing Robinson of being a serial and sick rapist who must be stopped. This drew the attention of the Robinsons legal team, who called it a bizarre attempt to enlist the public as an unwitting participant in the media circles that they are trying to create. We will have more to say in the coming days as we make our legal response, and in time Mr. Robinson will respond in his own words, Mr. Frost said. We will be asking the court to dismiss the lawsuit. We will also be asking the court to address that in their statements to the press about Mr. Robinson, the plaintiff's attorneys have reached beyond the bounds of liberties that even lawyers are typically allowed in this context. Well, in Nigeria, where the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arraigned music promoter Ezekiel Onyedika Chukwu, also known as EZT, and his company Easy Global Concepts Limited for alleged foreign exchange malpractice and money laundering totaling $397,106. They were brought before Justice Chukwuejeku Anike of the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos. According to the EFCC, the charges include negotiating foreign exchange transactions without authorization and failing to submit declarations of the company's activities to the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering. One of the counts reads that Ezekiel Onyedika Chukwu and Easy Global Concepts Limited, sometime in June 2023 in Lagos, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, not being unauthorized by a foreign exchange currency appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria under Section 5, Subsection 1 of Foreign Exchange Monitoring and Miscellaneous Provisions, negotiated a foreign exchange transaction to reach the Naira equivalent of the sum of $52,895. And Mr. Oladotu Olaobaju and you thereby committed an offense contrary to Section 5 and 29, Subsection 1, Subsection C of the Foreign Exchange Monitoring and Provisions Act, Cap F34 2004. Or EZT pleaded not guilty to the charges. Well, comedian and actor Ayo Makun, known as AY, has broken his silence following his recent invitation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) over alleged abuse of the naira. In a statement posted on his Instagram page on Wednesday, AY confirmed that he was questioned by the Anti-Graft Agency on Monday, May 5, in connection with the public spraying of both local and foreign currencies during a recent social event, an act considered a violation of the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) regulations on currency mutilation. The comic star wrote, "I am grateful to God for his mercy and guidance. On Monday, I was invited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission regarding an incident involving the public spraying of both local and foreign currencies, an act that has been classified as an offense related to the abuse of the naira." AY expressed gratitude to the EFCC for their understanding and for granting him pardon after confirming that the money sprayed was not linked to criminal or illicit sources. Describing the experience as a valuable lesson, AY pledged to use his platform to educate the public on respecting the national currency. He acknowledged that money spraying is a common feature of Nigerian celebrations, but urged Nigerians to be mindful of the law. It is important to understand that mutilating or abusing the naira, whether by spraying, tearing, defacing, or mishandling, is not just a cultural practice, but also a violation of Nigerian law. Such acts undermine the integrity of our national currency and can have serious legal consequences, he stated. The 53-year-old urged the public to uphold the dignity of the naira as a symbol of national sovereignty and economic stability. Well, and lastly on the news, where actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has announced that her hit movie Omogeto, the saga, will be coming to YouTube on May 10th. The film, which premiered in cinemas, is known for its drama, suspense, and non-stop humor. Funke Akindele shared the exciting news with her fans on Instagram and X pages, urging them to brace themselves for the thrilling ride. The movie, which features an ensemble cast including Chioma Abuta, Nancy Isime, and Inyola Badmus, has already proven to be a huge success, grossing over 636.1 million at the box office. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Well, media personality questions the recent invitation of celebrities by the EFCC, asking what exactly it is. Is it some form of making sure that the public is aware of the use of the naira, the proper use of the naira, or truly a way to scare people? Well, we'll get into that conversation. It's still Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
No. If I on the beat like Abuna, and this your mini skirt to be the killing person for Ghana. I never finish set, but when they collect shot in a Ghana. And even Millicent, if they try to talk to banana, be the Panami, Alabama, Shinachara, oh, banana, you know you really set, and you go need a certified, free. And if your body set, that you go take it sensible, me. You be like the Benz with the ride, satisfy, me, satisfy, me. So you dey rise my thing, abuna. I big man thing, abuna. Like I take a alcohol, I been a cana. You dey hide my thing, abuna. You dey rise my thing, abuna. My big man thing, abuna. Like I take a alcohol, I been a cana. You dey rise my thing, abuna. Spiritual healing, take my soul to the ceiling. Feeling like you will it, baby. You know, so only you can really save me, well. Calm down, she tell me calm down. She know say I be king and I be a shoulder. She love it when I sing and she come around. She put down for my jeans, she say now my turn now. I been up all day whining. She literally and she whining. She knows that me a watch since the 90s. Sober, she feeling sober. The honey make her see, say I be a god now. I know go fit to live, cause you really own her. I really wanna see, cause I act is so down. Rise my thing, nah, I big man thing, nah, like I take a alcohol, I be na cana. We dey hide my thing, nah, we dey rise my thing, nah, my big man thing, nah, like I take a alcohol, I be na cana. We dey rise my thing, nah,
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today95.1 FM, a voice of the people. Now, Davido gifted my girlfriend 10 million naira, says Odumodu Black. He did state that he praised Davido's generosity, revealing that the singer gifted his girlfriend 10 million naira recently. This gesture comes after Odumodu Black's win at the 17th Headies Award, where he took home the next rated and best rap single awards. In an interview where he expressed gratitude towards Davido, stating that shout out to Davido, that's my brother. 2 days ago, he sent 10 million naira to my girlfriend. He sent the money for being a real G. Where he attributed his girlfriend's support as a key factor in his success, saying, I think she's a key part of my success and I have to give her credit. Well, the rapper and Davido had a professional relationship, having collaborated on the 2024 songs Funds featuring Chiki. Davido reportedly expressed confidence in Odumodu Black's potential win at the Headies Award. Take a listen to him.
David presenting you with the award, and it almost seemed like it was written in the stars, like everything just aligned for what happened on that day to happen. So has anything changed there?
First of all, shout out Davido.
Yeah.
That's my brother.
Yeah.
2 days ago he sent 10 million naira to my girlfriend.
For real?
Yeah.
Wow. Shouts to OBO though.
Yeah, he just sends it to her for being a real nigga, because I think like she was really, really part of the success.
Yeah.
Me winning that stuff, like she did a whole campaign and stuff like that. Real nigga.
Yeah.
Well, Shay reveals that Vector and herself used to be an item. It's been a while, but then to take a listen to her.
Welcome to another episode of Sharing with Shay, where I share some things about myself that you probably didn't know. But I want to kind of go back in time a little bit to 2018, when I starred in a movie called Lara and the Beat. It was myself, Somkele, and Vector the Viper. It's crazy because a lot of people had been asking why was the chemistry between myself and Vector so strong? Like, why was it so realistic, and why was it so well? Vector and I, many, many years ago, before I became the Shay that we all know, we were an item. Oh my God, we were actually an item. And so it was very natural, of course, to fall into character. When I found out that he was going to be Mr. Beats of Lara and the Beat, I was like, it's going to be easy, Vector is an amazing, amazing person. He's just an incredibly super intelligent being, but he's also just a really lovely guy. Now, the funny thing is that his wife now was on the set, and she was at every scene where he and I had to kiss or do anything intimate. If you haven't seen the movie, go watch it and you will understand. And it was so crazy because she's such a good sport that she was like, oh yeah, no, do the kiss, do the scene. And he would be looking at her like, oh my. So it was just such a crazy, funny, weird experience. But he and I have remained great friends regardless. And we were friends at the time of us shooting that movie. So it was awkward for him, or it was very awkward for me too. But it was funny in that movie. Those particular scenes were just easier to do because we were familiar with each other and everybody was just such a great support system. So, yeah, man, that answers it.
Okay. Well, some people have questioned how necessary this information is. Others think that it's very cool to express friendship even when a relationship didn't work. Like, you can still remain friends with the person and understand that, well, that person is still a great guy or a great lady compared to some people who, after a relationship ends, it's like trouble, enmity, and everything bad going on between them. Well, actor Ike Bona shares his 2 cents on chasing clout. He's been writing these days, but let's take a read this one. He says, in today's world, clout is the new currency, and a lot of people are desperate to spend. Some use money to buy attention, others tear down already established names, and many just become loud for the sake of being noticed. But the truth is, not all fame is created equal. Forced fame might get you quick recognition and momentary hype, but it rarely lasts. There's no solid foundation, just noise. The pressure to stay relevant becomes overwhelming, and the same internet that crowned you today can cancel you tomorrow. In the end, it's not the fame you gathered that matters, it's how you gathered it. Fame without purpose fades, but fame built on truth, talent, and consistency, that is legacy. That's some words of wisdom right there from an actor. Now, money spraying invitations. What is the goal? Photographer Tony Payne quizzes EFCC. So Nigeria has the most faked up priorities. Out of all the problems facing the country, spraying money, even dollars that's not their currency, is their issue. People are starving. There's no steady power supply, lack of jobs, and this is what they are about. I'm convinced the powers that be want to keep people miserable, because why try to remove such a joyful tradition? What is the goal? Wow. People should start taking their events out of Nigeria. If something so small can get you arrested, it's insane. Imagine saying putting it on someone's body is a crime. So if I hand you money normally, is that not part of your body? I saw how careful Yabojo was with the spring, making sure things were put in bags gently, and she still got invited. Now, wow, destination events is the way to go. And I trust my people, they will find a way around it. Digital bank alert cards or something, cause what is going on, she questioned. Well, there's been, a number of invitations by the EFCC these days. Why I think that this encourages people to be careful with how they use the Naira. Spraying and probably mutilation and mishandling the Naira. Because you have some of these celebrities also advocating for the proper use of the Naira. But then one begins to also question how some of them have faltered and what exactly happened with it. Well, away from that, Solomon Buchi wrote something, says, I cooked for all 9 months of my wife's pregnancy. To be honest, I cook way more because she hates cooking. When she was diagnosed of gestational diabetes and had to change her diet, I joined her in the diet just not to make her feel alone. I attended every antenatal appointment because I didn't want her to feel alone. It was always convenient. Sometimes I had to leave work meetings. My wife doesn't have to mention that she needs something twice because she typically doesn't make material demands. I could use my last cash to buy her stuff. I watched over 22 Marvel movies because she's a fan and wanted to discuss them with me. We were dating then though, and others I can't just list here. If a man loves you, you will know because he will always be willing to make things easier. Men move limits when they want to, but you have to be sure he's not pretending to like you. And this was a response because someone asked, do men actually want to take care of women, or is it that a delusional thing to expect? Well, someone says men-women conversations are just becoming too much on the internet. But then I think these men, female, male, that's what we have in the world. So it's okay to talk about these things because, hey, it's real, right? So just sweeping these things under the carpet and thinking they should not be talked about might be something a little too difficult or impossible to do. Now, Kamo wife named newborn after Funke Akindele. Now, he is a skit maker, Kamo State. He's named his newborn daughter after filmmaker Funke Akindele. The naming ceremony was held in Lagos, and Kamo State shared joyful moments from the event on Instagram. So blessed to name our child today, Sonia Olufunke Olua Tamilore, Kamo wrote on Instagram. Now, this thoughtful gesture is a token of appreciation for Funke Akindele's support and kindness towards his family. He had previously praised Funke Akindele, referring to her as an angel in human form for standing by his family throughout their journey. Well, Funke Akindele is known for her philanthropic efforts and mentorship of young talent in the entertainment industry. Well, while he has not specifically mentioned the number of things that she did, but I think he's just been all about it, saying thank you to Funke Akindele for her support to his family. And then his daughter is now Sonia Olufunke, because that's Funke's full name, Olufunke Sonia. Well, that's good. I guess she becomes like a godmother, and that's her goddaughter. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. In 2 minutes, the world news at 12 will be up. You're still listening to Today95.1 FM. Do stay with us. I am Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government signed agreement with International Fund for Agricultural Development to support farmers across Nigeria. House of Reps to investigate utilization of CBN loan for national mass metering program to electricity distribution companies. Court dismisses multi-choice Nigeria suit challenging FCCPC's intervention in subscription price hike. On the foreign scene, Indian and Pakistan soldiers exchange gunfire amid deadly escalation. Now, the detail. The federal government has signed an agreement with the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, to commit over $158 million to support smallholder farmers in 9 states across northern Nigeria. The agreement was signed at a meeting presided over by Vice President Kashim Shettima at the presidential villa Abuja and attended by some state governors and deputy governors from the northern region. The 8-year initiative was conceived following Vice President Kashim Shettima's request during UNFSS stock-taking in Rome on July 24, 2023, that IFAD should scale up its portfolio in Nigeria and mobilize additional partners and donors to support the agri-food transformation and food security of the Renewed Hope agenda. It is expected to sustain, reduce poverty, enhance nutrition, and better resilience of rural and most vulnerable populations in the 9 northern states, which include Borno, Bauchi, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Jigawa, Sokoto, Yobe, and Zamfara. Speaking during the signing ceremony of the financing agreement, Vice President Shatima said it was a fulfillment of the promise made by the administration of President Bola Tinubu to reduce poverty in Nigeria, restore dignity to the nation's farmers, and ensure food security. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has addressed growing concerns over a viral video in which a respected religious leader urges Nigerians to disregard medical advice on salt consumption. In a statement signed by Deputy Director of Information and Public Relations, Alaba Balogun, the ministry cautioned against misinformation that endangers public health. While acknowledging the significant influence of religious leaders in society, the ministry emphasized that excessive salt intake poses serious health risks. Sodium is an essential mineral for the human body, supporting nerve function, muscle movement, and fluid balance. However, consuming it in excess increases the risk of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, stroke, heart failure, and kidney disease. According to global health guidelines, including those from the World Health Organization and the Nigerian government, daily salt intake should not exceed 5 grams, about 1 teaspoon. The ministry reaffirmed its commitment to evidence-based policy and respectful engagement with all sectors of society, including religious communities, in advancing the nation's health goals. The House of Representatives has announced its resolve to investigate the disbursement and utilization of the 200 billion naira Central Bank of Nigeria CBN loan for the National Mass Metering Program NMMP to electricity distribution companies, DISCOs. The chairman of the committee, Uchenna Okonkwo, who made this known in a statement, added that a 19-member committee had been inaugurated for the purpose. He said the main objective of the committee was to carry out an investigation on the program earmarked for 2020 to enable the licensed electricity distribution companies provide electricity meters free for Nigerian electricity consumers. According to him, it is on record that NMMP was introduced in 2020 by the CBN in collaboration with Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission (NERC) and other key stakeholders in Nigerian electricity supply industry. He explained that the aim was to help manage conflicts between energy users and distribution companies and to facilitate the elimination of arbitrary billing, closing metering gaps, and improving network monitoring with NESI. Well, moving on, where the Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by MultiChoice Nigeria, the parent company of DSTV and GoTV, challenging the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission FCCPC's intervention in its recent subscription price hike. Delivering judgment, Justice James Omotosho held that the suit constituted an abuse of court process as similar proceedings were already pending elsewhere. The judge stressed that MultiChoice should have pursued its argument in the earlier court rather than filing a new one, thereby rendering the current filing procedurally inappropriate. However, Justice Omotosho noted that while the FCCP has investigative powers under its Establishing Act, it lacks the authority to fix or suspend prices unless specifically delegated by the President through a gazetted instrument. He added that Nigeria operates a free market system and service providers like MultiChoice retain the right to set their prices, with consumers free to accept or reject them. The judge further warned that attempts to fix prices by regulatory bodies could scare off investors and harm the economy. MultiChoice had increased subscription rates by up to 25% on March 1, 2025, citing inflation and operational cost pressures. The FCCPC opposed the move, calling for regulatory review and threatening sanctions, prompting the legal challenge. The Senate has passed 2 out of 4 major tax reform bills, marking a significant milestone in ongoing overhaul of the nation's tax administration framework. The 2 bills, one seeking to repeal the Federal Inland Revenue Service Act, another to establish the Joint Revenue Board Bill 2025, along with the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill 2025, were passed following a clause-by-clause consideration during the Committee of the Whole and the subsequent third reading on the Senate floor. President Bola Tinubu had in October 2024 transmitted the 4 tax reform bills to the National Assembly for consideration and passage. However, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio commended the progress, expressing optimism that the reform bills would not only enhance governance but collection and distribution across the country. He further assured that the remaining 2 bills would be finalized tomorrow, even if it required extended sitting hours. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The leadership of the Ijaw Youth Council, IYC, Bile Clan, has condemned the abduction of 13 innocent passengers who were en route from Port Harcourt to Bile on Tuesday, 6 May 2025. It was gathered that the unfortunate incident occurred at the Ipokulu River around the new road access, which is considered a notorious flashpoint for criminal activities along the waterways. The IYC Bile Clan, in the position signed by the chairman, Depriye Igani, and secretary Ipalibo Joseph Sanibe, frowned bitterly at the recurring menace, which it considered an act of provocation, cowardice, and a gross violation of the right to freedom of movement and safety of their people. Depriye Igani, who read out their position, called on the Nigerian Navy, the Marine Police, and all other sea-bound security operatives to wake up to their constitutional duty of protecting lives and property, insisting that the people deserve to travel safely without fear of abduction or assault.
This is a barbaric act. As a council, we have found our situation. The incident occurred before now. An incident like this has occurred, which we also have made reports to the Marine Police and other relevant authorities operating on the sea route. A month later, like this, which happened yesterday, it is an incident that we thought the security agencies will take care of the route, but it is surprising to us that it occurred again after a month. This incident is really disheartening because they carried a full passengers boat plus the driver, which is making 13 passengers.
Depriye Igani said it was disheartening that despite their earlier alarm and former reports made after a similar incident on 4th of April 2020, relevant security agencies had failed to take concrete and proactive steps to secure the Bile waterways. He said the Ijaw Youth Council Bile Clan will not allow its people become perpetual targets for ransom-seeking criminals, saying if the military and relevant security agencies cannot guarantee the safety of their waterways, they will not hesitate to take steps within their right and powers to secure their people along their waterways.
It's surprising to us that it occurred again after a month. So this incident is really disheartening because they carried a full passengers boat plus the driver, which is making 13 passengers. It is disheartening. So as a council, we are not pleased with the situation. We are telling the security agencies that if they cannot react, if they cannot come and take up their primary responsibilities as security agencies, then we'll be forced to take laws into our hands and perform the way we can protect our citizens in our community.
The People's Democratic Party in River State has dismissed claims that the suspended governor Siminalayi Fubara visited the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike in Abuja to plead. Speaking in an interview with Today FM Sandra Kenneth, the acting chairman of the PDP in the state, Robinson Ewo, disclosed that Fubara, who returned to the state barely 3 days ago, had in fact travelled out of the country. Ewo noted that while negotiations will be necessary to restore democratic governance in the state, no such discussions have been initiated yet.
Fubara went on a 3 weeks vacation after his suspension. He came back to Nigeria barely three days ago. Fubara has not been to Abuja to kneel down or prostrate or beg with yes or wiki. What I know as a party chairman in this state is that there is going to be negotiation between the Yes Ogweke group and the Fubara group, and that negotiation has not taken place. If such negotiation takes place, I will be on the no. But what is important is that emergency is already here. Fubara has been suspended. The way forward is that the two parties must come together. Fubara is not standing alone. The FCT minister is not standing alone. The two parties must meet and sort out the difference. What has brought us to this level, to this stage we are in the state? Defection to the APC is not yet on the table.
The PDP chairman also debunked rumors of Fubara's defection to the All Progressives Congress, stating that the suspended governor has no intention of leaving the party and has not been presented with any such condition. It will further disclose that the party is planning to initiate disciplinary measures against erring members and strengthen internal mechanisms for resolving disputes.
Wike has professed in different fora that he will support the All Progressive Congress for the 2027 presidential election. We are not looking towards the direction of reconciling with them. What we have done best within the party is internal reconciliation. We are also making effort to set up the structures from the ward, from the unit to ward to LGA and up to the state. These are steps we have so far taken. We are also in the mood of looking at internal discipline. Party supremacy, we want to enforce it. Those that have erred, bring the party to disrepute, we must take action against them. As the Yusuf Wike, the FCT minister, I believe that he's already on his way out of the party.
On the foreign scene, where Indian and Pakistani soldiers have exchanged gunfire in Kashmir a day after the worst violence between the nuclear-armed rivals in 2 decades. This comes after Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif vowed to retaliate after India launched deadly missile strikes with days of repeated gunfire along their border, escalating into artillery shelling. India said it had destroyed 9 terrorist camps in Pakistan and focused measured non-escalatory strikes 2 weeks after New Delhi blamed Islamabad for backing an attack on tourists in the Indian-administered side of disputed Kashmir. At least 45 deaths have been reported from both sides of the border following the violence, including children. Islamabad said 31 civilians were killed by Indian strikes and firing along the border. Pakistan's military also said 5 Indian jets had been downed across the border, but New Delhi has not responded to the claims. India and Pakistan have fought multiple times since the violent end of British rule in 1947, when colonial officers drew straight-line borders on maps to partition the nation's dividing communities. In sports, Barcelona forward Rafinha has joined Borussia Dortmund's Serhou Guirassy as top scorer in the 2024-2025 UEFA Champions League. Both Rafinha and Guirassy have 13 goals each to their names in the Champions League. Rafinha's late goal for Barcelona against Inter Milan in the Champions League semi-final second leg 4-3 defeat took him level with Guirassy as the top scorer in this season's Champions League with 13 goals. Meanwhile, the Champions League final between PSG and Inter Milan will take place on May 31 in Munich. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has signed an agreement with the International Fund for Agricultural Development to support farmers across Nigeria. The House of Representatives to investigate the disbursement and utilization of the CBN loan for National Mass Metering Program to electricify distribution companies. We told you that Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed the suit by MultiChoice Nigeria, challenging the FCCP's intervention in its recent subscription price hike. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Indian and Pakistan soldiers have exchanged gunfire amid deadly escalation. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine they take it, they support with country health care system. Country man, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine they we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food gram as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking a self-sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices where near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices were near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
I tell you, that man a ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man a ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so them behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time he go they change car. But I don't they observe and see.
I know they do.
Now for you.
But me I know say, you know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get it anybody if you tell me. Now ain't drunk.
What is it with all the hate in the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, we go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them come give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't wrong. It goes their blood. They chapa. They say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take. I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go put get for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you now say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
People fixing the world.
Welcome to Malawi, or as they say here, Takula Ndilani. I'm Myra Anubi, and today on People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, I'm in this beautiful country. There's the clear waters of Lake Malawi, stunning mountain scenery, and most importantly, some of the friendliest people I've met. So friendly that this country is actually referred to as the warm heart of Africa. But behind all this colour and vibrancy lies a different story. Malawi is one of the poorest countries in the world, with nearly 3/4 of its population living in extreme poverty, according to the World Bank. It's a struggle to get basic needs like food, to get work, healthcare and education. However, there are many projects happening here to try and address some of these issues, and I'm going to be finding out about some of these solutions. For starters, we're going to be looking at education. Despite having free primary school education, almost 90% of children in Malawi can't read a simple sentence at the age of 10. So the country is finding new ways to educate the next generation, and they're using high-tech solutions that might surprise you. I'm standing in a village called Likongwe in central Malawi. Now, around me are typical homes that you would find in the villages here. They are made from clay or mud with grass roofs. But in one corner is a striking red building. And this one is different from the others because this is a 3D printed school.
6 + 2.
So I've just come into the class and I've actually interrupted a math lesson. And the kids actually sat quietly watching me. Just to describe what I'm seeing. So when I was outside, I noticed that the walls were smooth. But coming in, you can see the 3D aspect. So you have these layers of concrete that are stacked upon each other all the way to the top. And then a lot of ventilation has been included to keep the room cool. I'm also just walking to the back of the classroom, and I can see a sign, a plaque that was set up on June 2021, and it says, "This is the first 3D printed school in the world, building hope that one day every child can go to school." Are you proud of the fact that this is the first 3D printed school in the world?
Yeah, I'm very proud.
Yeah.
Nice. And we are lucky.
You're very lucky.
Yes.
So I've seen the 3D printed school, but I'm really curious to know what the people in this area think of it. Now I've got Marie Segula, a local reporter, who's going to help me speak to a few of them. Chipiliro Chakwawa is the chairman of the Village Development Committee. Can you describe what the process was when you were watching them build?
Oh, yes.
They said it was all magic. So they came with their heavy machinery and they covered the whole place up, covered it all the way to the top. And they could only hear that there were things happening. They didn't see anyone taking what bricks with hands as they would ordinarily. There was just all this machinery doing things. And before you know it, they wake up one morning and there is that building, which was very mysterious. And he also says that it might not look like that from far, but when you get close, the walls are so strong.
Let's talk about the strength of this building, because you've experienced a cyclone here. How was that, and how did the building fare?
He says even before the cyclone, there were a series of heavy whirlwinds.
Is that what they call vulu vulu?
Yes. That came and blew off roofs from other homes, but nothing happened to this building. So even when the cyclone came, nothing happened.
So it's one thing to hear what the experience had been like for the locals, but I really wanted to understand how this was actually built. Now, I should say, this 3D school, it's really just one classroom. It was put up by a construction company called 14 Trees. Their managing director, Francois Perrault, told me how it was done.
We brought a machine that is called a printer. It's a sort of big frame that is positioned onto the slab of the future building. And we start printing with the print head, positioning layers of concrete on top of each other, forming the building walls from the bottom to the top. In less than 18 hours, you have your walls printed.
And what was your aim for doing this, and specifically in Malawi?
Malawi has a backlog of 40,000 classrooms according to UNICEF. And basically, we came to the conclusion that to clear that backlog, we would need more than 70 years with conventional technologies, even with unlimited funding. We took a step back and tried to see, okay, what would be the technology that could clear that backlog in less than 10 years? And the only technology was 3D printing. And that school was one of our first attempts to demonstrate a proof of concept with that technology.
Now, the head teacher tells me that many kids here have really benefited from the 3D printed school. Before, children like 14-year-old Henry would either stay at home or have to walk long distances to get to the nearest school in a place called Njenga.
They were moving very long distance from here to Njenga. So,
how long would it take you to get to the other school?
1 hour.
So you would walk 1 hour to school?
Yes, he was walking 1 hour. He was late every day. At the same time, he was given punishments because of late coming.
How long does it take him to get to this school now?
And 2 and 3 minutes. How would it take him 3 minutes to reach here?
Now, since the 3D classroom was built, the school has expanded with 2 conventional classrooms next door. And what do the families of the children think? Well, Phyllis has a grandchild called Eunice, and Izala has a son called Righteous, who both attend the school.
For him, he's very happy because the coming in of this building has brought the construction of all the other buildings that we see. So he's very happy that the school is just a throne's door away from where they live, and it's making it easier for their children. If there was no school then, she would just have the granddaughter at home. But because of the coming in of this school, all the young ones have a place to go and they are free to do other things at home.
And does your granddaughter, does she actually like school?
She says her granddaughter loves school very much. She doesn't even have to force her to. She wakes up in the morning, takes a bath and makes her way to school.
Wow, that's very different from my children. But how serious is 3D printing as a solution to Malawi's need for more school buildings? Well, since this classroom was put up, only one other 3D classroom has been built in Malawi. But the method has been used to construct a number of buildings across Africa, according to Francois Perrault from 14 Trees.
We knew when we started to print in Malawi that the technology wasn't fully ready, maybe in terms of printers that were very expensive, or in terms of the concrete that we use that was also very expensive. And over the years, we worked to localize manufacturing of the material, reducing the cost of that material, and we also worked on localizing the manufacturing of the printer. Now our printers are manufactured in Africa.
What do you think needs to be done for this to really take off and make a bigger impact?
We've shown that it's possible to print something of very good quality that people like and want to use. Now it has to become a mainstream practice. So that is what we are working on, to make sure these technologies are now part of all the tools that the country has to be able to tackle the issue of the housing and school backlog.
In typical Malawi fashion, a group of women are singing nearby. A warm goodbye as we leave this village. Now, it's clear that the community here appreciate the school, but 3D printing can only play a small part in improving education in Malawi. However, that doesn't change the fact that this village will always carry the pride of having the first 3D printed school in the world. I'm Myra Anubi, and this is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, where I take you around the world finding out about new ideas that are making a difference. So we've just heard how one special school has been built using a 3D printer, but it's one of only 2 in the country. The truth is, most schools are in old buildings, there are hardly any books, and there aren't enough teachers. And many children struggle with basic maths and reading. So the government have come up with a radical plan. Children in Malawi's state primary schools have started to use tablets in their classrooms. I was really surprised by this, so I traveled to Takumana Primary School in a rural community just about an hour outside of the capital city, Lilongwe. Seated in front of me are 56 students, each receiving a cable, a headset, and a tablet. Now, I have to say, these kids are organized. They've all sat down in rows, almost perfectly spaced out. Very quiet. This room has no tables, it has no chairs, but it has tablets and headphones, and children eagerly waiting to use them. Shamim Hassan, the class teacher, is telling the children to put on their headphones and switch on the tablets. If there's a problem, the kids just put their hands up and Shamim walks over to help, perhaps replace a faulty tablet. But the actual lesson, well, that's carried out by a virtual figure on the screen, a digital teacher. For the next half hour, they quietly get on with their maths and reading lessons. Shamim shows me how the tablet works. Okay, so you press the screen to start it?
Yes. Yeah, in standard 3.
Okay.
Moni, zinalanga ndine Alefa. Ndikuthandizani kuphunzira.
So a virtual teacher appeared. Her name is
Alefa.
And there was also a ball on the screen. The instruction was to move the ball to start the lesson.
Yes. It means I'm correct.
So every time you get an answer correct, a tick appears on the screen.
Yes.
So some of these lessons are direct lessons like adding, but some of them are games.
Yes. We should read words, letters, even syllables. Other lessons, they tell them to add, divide, even multiplications. Yes.
So the kind of problems people get on these tablets depends on the level they're at.
Yes. If the learners are doing well, they are given another task. If they are not doing well, they go back.
Each child spends about 30 minutes on a tablet every day, studying at their own pace. The software is made by a British non-profit organization called 1 Billion, but the lessons are in the local language Chichewa. Takumana School was one of the first to be supplied with tablets last year. The head teacher is Lloyd Gutsu.
The learners surrounding this school, most families are poor. They don't have even a simple phone. But when it comes to school, those learners are now able to do any activity on the tablet, which is very unique compared to where they are coming from.
So how are you able to assess that this is actually improving things?
After the tablet sessions being introduced here, the enrollment rise up to 100%. And even the absenteeism of learners, it has been reduced. Most of the learners are now coming to school daily. They want to touch the tablet. They want to do the activities from the tablet.
So what kind of impact has this had on the children in your school?
The greatest impact is that most of the learners are now able to read and write. So the learners who were struggling in reading and writing, they are now able, so much so that the learners have mastered reading and they have developed the reading culture, which is very good because it's assisting teachers when they are teaching in their regular classes in terms of the other subjects.
Isn't it also encouraging lazy teaching, because you just have to go into the class, give people their tablets and watch them for 35 minutes?
No, it's not giving teachers laziness, but it's in promoting the work of the teacher. Instead of the teacher assisting only the learners who are already good, the teacher is now supporting the learners who are struggling in the past.
The government's tablet project is called BIFIT. Now, it's a bit of a mouthful. It means Building Education Foundations Through Innovation and Technology. Its key supporter is a charity called Imagine Worldwide. The head of operations is Amos Zaindi.
One innovation that we have in the learning software is it helps one learner to learn at the right level. So when you interact with the tablet for the first time, it will give you what we call a diagnostic assessment. That will put you at the right level.
And this is every time they put the tablet on, it assesses first?
Yes, it does a quick assessment, and then it pushes you to where now you were, and then it moves you to the next level.
So when I saw the kids use the tablet, it reminded me of an app I've used before, learning a language. But how do you get them to interact? What exactly is on the tablet?
We have to make learning exciting. You're not just giving the kids the letters or just the numbers, but there are games that they're playing. There are stories, there are pictures that they see. You give them shapes, you give them colors. So that's how interactive the tablet is, and that's how it also makes it so exciting to the learner.
Now, these tablets don't need to be connected to the internet, but of course, they do need to be charged, which can be a problem in rural areas like this. However, that's why they have solar panels on one of the school's roofs.
For us to drive a learning using the tablet, we need to have power. That's why you've seen solar. We are going to schools that are off-grid, so we are providing solar.
And do all of them have solar?
All the schools that we've set up so far, they have solar because we have to charge the tablets. That's number one. Number two, we provide the facilities for storage of the tablets. We provide the tablets. We train the teachers and other education officers that are involved in delivering education at the primary school level. Once we've developed all this infrastructure, then our learners are able now to enjoy tablet-enabled lessons.
So I'm sitting in one of the classrooms on the floor, and I'm joined by students Matthews, Christina, Victoria and Daniel, and also Marie, who is going to help me translate. And I want to know, what's your favorite thing to do on these tablets?
What he loves about the tablet is how his sentence construction has changed, and how whenever there's an error, they're given an eraser to clean the mistake and write another one which is corrected instantly. She loves the lady Alepha who is inside the tablet. So the teacher Alepha. So Alepha tells them stories. So she loves the stories that come in Chichewa, the vernacular, and what she likes most are the stars that are given at the end of the lesson when she gets the answers correct.
I love stars. I wish we could get stars for work as well.
She loves the stories that are told because they're the same stories. Some of them are similar to what her grandmother tells her at home. So she looks forward to the storytelling part.
Great.
What he loves most is mathematics, especially the division one. If, for example, he said if there are 10 mangoes and there are 5 children, how many did each one get? So that's what he loves to do on a tablet.
Great. Now, I know that we don't all speak the same language, but there's one language we all speak, the language of high five. Can I get a high five from everyone? Very good. Now, so far, the Malawi Ministry of Education have rolled out tablets in almost 1,000 of the 6,000 primary schools in the country at a cost of $7 per child. And they say that in 4 years, every primary school will have tablet teachers. Back in the capital, Lilongwe, I spoke to the government's director of e-learning, Joshua Valletta, about this new approach.
We have been following the same traditional, conventional ways of education for a long time until about 10 to 15 years ago, we sat down and said, hey, we are doing the same thing over and over again. And Einstein calls that insanity if you expect a different result. And then we said, let's reform, let's look for something that can transform education.
So why tablets? Why isn't your solution, for example, more teachers?
What we are doing actually is bringing an extra teaching and learning material that allows us to do what every educator wants to do, and that is to achieve independent learning. Because for you to take care of the needs of every kid, you must design education in such a way that Marie gets what she needs and she can learn in a fashion and style that is best suited to her. And Joshua also needs something similar. Now, to do that, like I said, using one teacher in a classroom that has 106 kids, it's close to, I don't like using the word impossible, but very difficult. So we figured, say, what is it that we can bring to the classroom that's going to help this teacher? Let's create an opportunity for every learner, at least 30 minutes in a day when they can learn at their own pace.
There will be people listening to this, especially parents, thinking, I'm trying to wean my kids off tablets, and I'm hearing in Malawi they're bringing these tablets into the schools. Isn't there like a disconnect there?
Not really. The learning is happening offline. This tablet, apart from improving the learning outcomes that they are doing, is that they're also introducing these learners to the digital world. And so we will have very digital proficient learners who can now later on interact with many other digital elements that are around the world for their own learning, but also for the good of society.
Now, it's one thing to have these tablets, but the big question is, are they actually making a difference? Imagine Worldwide say that they've carried out trials in 5 schools across Malawi and found that children with tablets made significant gains in literacy and numeracy compared to standard teaching. And I've definitely seen enthusiasm for these gadgets at Takumana School, but that's not all. The head teacher says that children learning to read on the tablets is helping the wider community. Just a short walk away from the school, I've made my way to a village. It has lots of houses with grass-thatched roofs, and I can see many mothers, some with very young children. But I'm specifically here to see Anis, one of the kids who was at the school. Now, she's made her way back home, and I've been told that Anis has been teaching her mother, Lignet, how to read. You're reading very well. You seem to have learnt a lot from your daughter.
She says yes, there's a lot that the child has taught the mother, and for her especially is to go back to her social circles, but a different person, because she's now able to read, unlike the rest of her friends that are not able to read.
And what about your daughter? Do you like reading with mom?
She says yes, her mother didn't know how to read, but she knew that her mother loves the word. So the first thing she did was to teach the mother how to read the Bible, which is her favorite book to read.
That brings us to the end of today's program from here in Malawi. We've heard about a 3D printed school and how tablets are being given to children. Now, these are just 2 ideas, and I would really like to know what you think. Would they work? Also, have you come across any other ideas that are working to get better education to children? Well, let me know by sending a message or a voice note to the number +44 8000 321 721. As always, I will be back next week with more great solutions. Until then, thank you for listening.
To make sense of what's happening in your world, listen to What in the World by downloading the BBC World Service app.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What in the happen? They say wahala na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga story them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them come give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. Because they are blood in the chopper. You say this one, no worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take. Let I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go punket for them. I go be get man at that time for airport. Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku. I know MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Don't you know that it is a mayor of Obolo that wants to sing the song? Bring the pangwine, bring the
forget the Amaka, forget the Vanessa. Girl, I go love you better. Girl, I go love you better. Forget the Amaka, forget the Vanessa. Girl, I go love you better. Girl, I go love you better. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something. Although you dey for my mind, although you dey for my mind, no. Say your body so divine, say your body so divine, no. You dey give me peace of mind, you dey give me peace of mind. Fire is in this your case, you go pay me for my chest. Your body, girl, your body do me something, your body do me something. Cause your body, girl, your body do me something. Your body do me something.
This is exactly how we get down. This is exactly how